Jason Mitchell, critically acclaimed actor and the star of Straight Outta Compton, is coming to TCH Social Austin for the meetup game and live stream with Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, 2004 WSOP main event winner Greg Raymer, poker vlogger Wolfgang Poker, WSOP bracelet winner Fireman Scott, and Pokerface Ash. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com. Third, high hands every 20 minutes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Winner gets an $800 entry that day into the $1 million guaranteed Trailblazer main event. Earn a $200 for $400 time match by playing 2 hours from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Plus free play from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. $1 beers and $1 monthly memberships for new members only. Only at TCH Social Austin and only on October 23rd.
Celebrate Texas Card House Dallas' 4th anniversary. High hands from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. $1,000 drawings every hour from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Buy 4 hours for $44.
Trailblazer Poker Tour, brought to you by Texas Card House. Over $2 million in guarantees. First stop TCH Social Austin on October 16th through 28th. With 16 big events. The full schedule available now.
Actually starting the Trailblazer series actually starting today at TCH Social in Austin. We are 4 hours and 20 minutes directly south of TCH Austin. We are in the Rio Grande Valley for some 1-3 action tonight here at the Texas Card House RGV. Go around the table real quick, let you know what the stack sizes are. We got Don Neto, he's in for $300. Pedro in seat 2, $320. River Rat in seat 3 for $300. Cajun Asian, he's also in for $300. Newbie, seat 5 in for $300. New York Bob in for $400. Sparky in for $420. I like that. And we got Leo Z in for $400. And the big stack of the table in seat 9, buying in for $500. It is a $300 minimum buy-in for the stream game. There are a couple of outer tables running here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley where the minimum buy-in is $100 for the 1-3. But for the stream, the minimum is $300. It is also a match stack on the stream. We do realize people like to see the chips fly, so the more chips at the table, just added more fuel to the fire as we get ready for tonight's 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em stream from Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. We are located 4 hours and 20 minutes south of Austin. We are in the city of Edinburg, Texas, spelled just like Edinburgh, Scotland, but without the H at the end. Ash Cash dealing tonight. Getting ready for the first hand here. Thank you for joining us tonight as we are in for a 4-hour stream on this Wednesday night. Action's going to be on River Rat with the King 7, and he's getting rid of that. Cajun Asian also not playing. Newbie coming in for a raise here with the 10-8 of clubs. Sparky also with suited cards. Don Neto, he has suited cards as well. Let's see if Pedro has spades. So 2 players with clubs, 1 player with hearts, 1 player with diamonds. Everybody kind of sharing each other's cards here. And it's going to come hearts on the flop. So Sparky flopping a flush draw, Don Neto flopping a straight draw, and Newbie flopping middle pair. He actually has the best hand right now, and he's going to bet. So pretty big bet here almost a pot size bet. $40 in the pot, $35 bet with middle pair here. Sparky gonna call with the flush draw. Doneto with the gut shot and backdoor possibilities also makes the call. And Pedro will get out of the way as we will go 3 ways to the turn. Red card. And the flush coming in right away for Sparky. Doneto making a pair. And Newbie making 2 pairs. So $55 bet. See if Sparky just makes the call here. He might raise since there is another player in the hand. And that's exactly what he's doing. It's a real big raise too. It's a $200 raise, which essentially is going to put Newbie pretty much all in. So first hand fireworks here at the Texas Card House. Newbie was the initial raiser pre-flop, bumped it up to 10 with the 10-7 of clubs. And he's going to realize that his 2 pair are not good. So nice fold by Newbie there. Give the win to Sparky. We are streaming tonight on multiple platforms. One of them being the secondary channel for the Texas Card House. We're streaming on Texas Card House. That's the name of the channel for YouTube. It is a secondary channel. The main channel is TCH Live. And you're going to be seeing a lot of those tournaments being streamed on TCH Live as part of the Trailblazer series that just started today at one of our other locations, TCH Social in Austin. So we do have an $8 straddle coming from Don Neto. River Rat calling an extra $5 with his King 8. Jason with the King. And it looks like he's going to be raising it up here to 30. 25. Bit of a small raise here as he's going to get a call from the straddler and the limper. So 3 ways to a flop we go. $76 in the middle. And it's going to come 9 high. So nobody making a pair. Looks like Jason's going to put out the continuation bet, making it 45. And that'll get the job done. Jason joining us tonight from the city of El Paso. El Paso's so far away from here, they're in their own time zone. The majority of Texas is in Central Time. El Paso, which is far west Texas, is actually going to be in Mountain Time.
That's awesome. Those 5 that he lost. Like he's breathing heavy, starting to sweat.
So action's going to be on Newbie under the gun. No straddles this hand. Newbie squeezing his cards, looking at a suited ace, and he will just make the call. New York Bob letting the computer hand go. Sparky with some suited connectors. Worked well for him last time. And he's going to take it up to 13. Cajun Asian with the big ace. Let's see if he puts in the 3-bet here, and that's exactly what he does with the ace-jack. Sparky going to be calling him in position. And we will go heads up to a flop. $52 in the middle. You can see the white chip's worth $1, the red chip's worth $5, and the flop coming a paired board. Nice flop for the Cajun Asian to put in a continuation bet, but he's going to check it. Sparky picking up hearts on the turn. Cajun Asian with his still has the same straight draw. Needed a queen before, still needs a queen. Ace high good on this board a lot of times and needs to avoid a 5, a 3, or a heart. And he does just that. Let's see if Sparky's going to bluff it here. And he is. Cajun Asian immediately reaching for chips. Felt like something was off, so now he's just going to replay the mind in his head. The hand in his head, excuse me. You can see when Sparky announced the 80, Cajun Asian literally cut out the 80. He does have the ace of hearts in his hand, so that might make him lean towards folding, as a flush draw could miss. But he has the nut flush draw, so I think that's why he folded. Oh, and Sparky's going to show the bluff. I like it. So Sparky winning the first hand and bluffing the third hand. That's going to put him up over $200. And it looks like we're going to have a straddle here under the gun from New York Bob. And yes, he is from New York. Grew up on Long Island. Has bounced around the country. Made a stop in Vegas before he came to South Texas. And action's going to be on Sparky. Not sure if that's a reference to Vegas Vacation. You know, National Lampoon. That was the main character, Chevy Chase. That was the nickname that his wife called him. So we are going 3 ways to a flop again. Best hand right now is Sparky with the ace-10. And another paired board. Newbie with a straight draw, but he's going to check it. Newbie now picking up a flush draw. So flush draw, straight draw for Newbie, and he's going to put out a $20 bet. New York Bob turn-in top pair, makes the call. Newbie looking for a diamond or a 6. He's going to hit a 9. But obviously a 9 does not beat a queen. New York Bob's putting out a nice bet here. Newbie does call him. So Newbie, his plan was to bluff the river if he missed, but he made a pair. So he had check down value, decided to check it, and Bob just figured that his opponent either had a missed flush draw or a 5. His queen was good, going for thin value there. As we do have a $6 button straddle coming from the Cajun Asian. So things not going well early on here for Newbie. He's down almost 200. But it looks like, oh, here we go. Double straddle, triple straddle, quadruple straddle. So just like that, it is going to be $24 to go. So 1-3. The straddle under the gun was to 6. The re-straddle from Leo Z was 12. And the re-re being put on by Jason to 24. Doneto looking down at a pair. And he's got the saying, a pair is a pair. He knows it's hard to make a pair. So even though he has the smallest pair, He's going to call the 24. New York Bob going to put on a little squeeze play here with the queen 10 of hearts, hoping none of the straddlers have a hand. And that is the case so far. So Will Doneto fold the pair, because Jason's going to get rid of the 10-6. Or not. Wow. Jason put on the triple straddle, and he is going to defend it with 10-6 offsuit. And you can see he's in real bad shape here as he's drawn to a 6. Ace-side flop coming. New York Bob. Action is on him, the pre-flop raiser. Will he represent the ace? He does not. It's a good board for Jason to represent. And it looks like he's going to do just that. Oh, he's putting out a nice bet here. So Jason really only worried about New York Bob, I think, and once New York Bob checked, he figured New York Bob did not have an ace. Okay. I know sometimes the card reader picks up something wrong, and I think that might be the case here. Based upon these hands, I could see one player getting out of line, but both players getting out of line seems a little strange. I think one of these players does have an ace. The card reader just picked up something wrong, is I think what happened. You can see the pots already $559. Both these players with less than a pot-sized bet left in their hand. So they're either going to check it down or they're either going to go all in. Like I said, I think something picked up wrong on the reader. New York Bob hitting a queen on the river. He didn't think Jason had the ace when he bet the flop. So maybe, yeah, New York Bob showing the queen 10, so maybe the reader was right. Both players just did not believe one another. So I thought Jason made a very good bet on the flop, but New York Bob figured it out pretty quick, or he just didn't believe him. I think that's what it was. Sometimes you just don't believe a player, and New York Bob was right in this case, as he stuck around with just queen high on the flop. So obviously Jason did not have an ace because he would have called there on the river. So the card reader was true. I know sometimes it'll scan something wrong, and I thought that might have happened when both players made a very unorthodox play, but that was not the case. They were just mixing it up early on. So Cajun Asian with a fan in the chat. So Jason just losing that big hand. Going to raise it up to 25 with the pocket eights and get immediately 3-bet from the River Rat, who has the goods. Not only does he have the goods, he has both adjacent suits. So New York Bob calling this 3-bet. And Jason coming along as well. So New York Bob just doesn't trust anybody tonight. He was right last hand, but this hand He thought River Rat was 3-betting light, but we could see River Rat has it. And that flop might get Jason in trouble, as he does have an overcard plus a straight draw. He is going to check. River Rat going all in. New York Bob with the ace of clubs, but that's all. So this bet was 3-bet. This pot was 3-bet pre-flop. So there's over $300 in the pot. And River Rat put in about half a pot-sized bet, although he's all in here. I don't think New York Bob can call with Jason behind him. And I think Jason's going to have a decision here. So Leo Z trying to get a peek at the cards. And Jason making the crying call here, looking for an 8 or a 7. So 4 outs for Jason in the deck. And he's going to miss them all. So Jason's going to have some chips left over. I don't know if he's going to add on, but he does have about $50 left. So River Rat getting the win, unlike his Oklahoma Sooners this past Saturday against Texas. They did not get the win. So kind of something for everybody here tonight. Seat number 1, Don Neto, raised in Mexico. Seat number 3, we have River Rat from Oklahoma. Seat 4, got the Cajun Asian from Louisiana. Seat 6, New York Bob. And then I think everybody else is pretty much from this area. You can see Jason a little bit on tilt. Yeah, Jason joining us from El Paso. So we got Mexico, Oklahoma, Louisiana, New York, and El Paso. Smorgasbord tonight. Cajun Asian taking it up to 20 with the King Jack, and everybody calling. So 6 ways to a flop we go. And somebody had pocket 4s, and that somebody was Pedro. Cajun Asian hitting top pair. Pedro's going to lead right out here. Very draw heavy board, as there is a flush draw out there and a straight draw. And of course there's big cards, which means somebody probably has those big cards. Cajun Asian hitting top pair here, but he does have a lot of players behind to worry about. He's going to see one more card. Sparky has a gut shot, needing a 10. And he's going to let it go. Leo lets it go as well. So Cajun Asian needing a lot of help here. As a matter of fact, looks like he has 0 outs. And that might save him some money here as the flush draw comes in. Pedro does check it. $210 in the pot. Cajun Asian has less than $210 in the stack. And he's going to put out 55 of it. Pedro can't fold here, even if he puts his opponent on a flush, getting too good of a price. Needs to go 55 to win 265. So he's calling for sure, might go all in. And it looks like he's going to go all in here. So you can't fold a set here, and Pedro just figured if you have the flush, I'm going to see the river anyway, so you're going to have to put more chips in the pot. Very small raise here. Thought he would just go all in based upon the stack size in, but you can see he's pretty much putting the Cajun Asian all in. $80 for him to call. He only has $109 in his stack. Cajun Asian knows he's beat, and he will make the fold. Pedro showing the force. As I mentioned earlier, we are one of 6 Texas Card House locations. And right now, there is a 100K tournament going on in Austin, TCH Social in Austin, part of the Trailblazer Series. It is the kickoff event this weekend and next weekend. A ton of stuff going on in Austin this weekend, as the Longhorns going to be hosting the Georgia Bulldogs on Saturday. The auto racing F1 also going to be in town. Doneto with the King 8 offsuit. Looks like he's going to come in for a race. Cajun Asian making the call here with the 7-4 of clubs. New York Bob comes in as well. 7 deuces space for Sparky. Thought he might play his button. So Jason actually with the best hand right now, the King 9. And he's going to flop a straight. Bottom 2 pair for New York Bob. 2 diamonds on the board as well. New York Bob going to be putting out a bet here, betting half pot. Jason just calling. Doneto has a straight draw. Needs a 9 or an ace to chop the pot. And there's the ace. Doneto has the King of Diamonds. So Doneto was in terrible shape. And he got the one card which essentially bails him out here, as he is free rolling with diamonds now. And the board does pair on the river, but it is not a jack or an 8. And Doneto's going to go all in. So New York Bob announces fold, and I think Jason's just going to call it off here. He knows best case scenario it's going to be a chop. And he will be chopping the pot. He's going to see how unlucky he got. So chop pot between seats 1 and 9. And as the dealer takes care of the chop pot, as I said, the Trailblazer Series has begun. First stop this weekend in Austin. First event going on right now. And then tomorrow will be the starting flights for the big 500K guarantee. You can see two flights on Thursday, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and 1 on Sunday. There's a turbo at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Day 2 is on Sunday, the final table. will be streamed on Monday. And that's going to be streamed on the main channel, TCH Live. $10 button straddle being put on by Leo Z. Leo Z's from Brownsville. Jason going to be calling. Check that. Jason going to be raising with the ace jack. River Rat with the deuces. Making the call. Newbie with the trays coming along. New York Bob with the sevens. He's in as well. And Leo Z's getting a real good price to call with the queen deuce. But he is going to fold painfully. So Jason does not have a pair, but he does have the best percentage to win right now. Newbie hitting his tray. That's the good news. The bad news is nobody really has anything to call him. $113 in the pot. Newbie has less than a pot-sized bet left. He's going to be putting out a small bet. He wants to get called here. And it looks like he's going to get called by the sevens and by the ace jack. So New York Bob looking for a 7. Jason looking for some running straight cards or flush cards. And there's one of the possible straight cards for Jason. Now he has outs. Needs a king for a straight. Newbie should be going all in here for the rest of his chips. $51. And Jason has to call here. Getting too good of a price not to. It's only $51 to win $250. He called it with ace high on the flop. Catches one of his possible outs. And according to the graphics there, all 4 kings are left in the deck. Is he going to fold? Oh, well, he folds. So pretty much caught the flop with ace high, and then he hits one of the cards he can hit to continue, but chooses to fold. And the button has officially gone around once. No straddle this hand. Players discussing the high hand because it is going on right now. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, progressive high hands here at the Texas Card House. $100 every hour with rollers from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Doors open at 9 a.m. every day.
I just heard. Oh, yeah, 4 nines and then 10 minutes later, straight flush. Yeah, like Gabe won it, and I had like a $200 movie with him, and then like 5 minutes later, straight flush it. It was against him too, I think. Yeah, it was against him. Wow.
Jack 3 of clubs. Newbie trying to play a rush here, or create a rush. New York Bob calling with the queen 9 offsuit. Leo with the small raise with the ace 8 takes it up to 15.
Hey, I had a deal. I had a deal with the guy that won. Wow.
Pedro with the 8-6 of clubs. Newbie calling with his clubs. Like I said, it was kind of a small raise from Leo. Maybe he just wanted to build a pot in position here. As you can see, pretty much everybody called, and we have almost an $80 pot in this 1-3 game, going 5 ways to a flop. And it's going to come king high with 2 hearts. Don Neto hitting the king. New York Bob hitting a straight draw. Needs a jack. Sparky, give me 2 pair. bets 50. Doneto has a pair, and he's going with it. So Doneto does have some outs. A 10 will give him a better 2 pair. A 7 will as well. He also has some running hard outs. It's going to be too much for New York Bob to call. I'm not sure if he knows the action is on him. Looks like he just ordered a drink. So Sparky should be making the call here. You cannot fold 2 pair. And he finally does make the call. So Doneto looking for a 10, a 7, or a heart. The 10 and the 7 are immediate outs. Oh, 7 right on the turn. So now Sparky's going to need a 5. And no, he's not going to get it, as Doneto will win the $365 pot. So he is in for $300, so that'll make him a $62 winner thus far. So high hands going on right now. Tomorrow here at the Texas Card House, 2 for 1 time. All day Sunday and Thursday, 2 for 1 time. So normally it's $12 an hour to play. Obviously with the 2 for 1 time, you can buy up to $100 and they will match it. So essentially it's $6 an hour with the 2 for 1 time. $6 live straddle under the gun. So as part of the Trailblazer Series, one of the reasons why it's called the Trailblazer Series is somebody's going to win a brand new Chevy Trailblazer. So the Trailblazer Series will be making a stop at all the Texas card houses here in Texas. There are 6 different locations. So then whoever has the most points wins a car. Pretty good deal. And then if you finish in the top 50 in points, then you are entered into a 50K free roll. So pretty nice incentives to follow the series here in Texas. So newbie just calling under the gun with the ace king. Leo Z getting frisky with the 9-8 offsuit. So newbie limped to back race, and he's gonna put that plan into play here. There's the back race. Leo Z gets out of line and immediately gets raised with this 9-8 offsuit. River Rat with the same hand. Both these players with the same suits. And he's just going to be making the call. You can see $236 in the pot. Newbie only has $136 left in his stack. So I don't see how this pot doesn't get all the chips in the middle. So River Rat betting $100, pretty much putting Newbie all in, as Newbie only has $138 in his stack. And Newbie's just gonna call. That's why they call him Newbie. Should be going all in there if you're gonna call. But he just made the call and preserves $38 in chips. And it looks like they're just gonna check it down. All right, they will check it down. Dealer will chop the pot. And we will remind you about the Trailblazer Series going on in Austin. Kickoff event going on right now. This weekend, $500K for $400. There's also a ladies No, there's a double barrel deep stack on Sunday. There's a black chip bounty. And then, of course, the main event is $1 million guaranteed, $800 buy-in. So we got our popular tournament on Friday here. The 20K started stack every Friday at 6 p.m. So it looks like somebody's adding on. Action is on UB. You can see the V-pip there. UB will let the Jack 7 go, New York Bob. Jason with the natural 9, letting it go. Doneto with the 7-8, raising it to 12. River Rat calling with the Jack 4. And the Cajun Asian going all in. Ace King suited. Don't think anybody can call him. Yeah, River Rat will let it go.
Track coming out.
A video of him rapping at the church. I'm ready for this church. An abandoned house. I don't know what it was.
An empty pool.
So there's a $10 under the gun straddle from New York Bob.
You never heard him rap? No. Really, really good. Not joking. Nobody called him? Nobody called him, but
First stack to Sparky, and he will fold. Leo also making the fold. Jason with the suited king. Is it the battle of the blinds? No, the battle of the straddles. The big blind versus the straddle. Newbie doesn't want New York Bob to have it for free, so he's going to call. And New York Bob will check with the 9-8. So New York Bob with the 9-8, newbie, open ender. UB will show the 6. So action slowing down just a bit here, as the table just realizing that the Cajun Asian is a part-time rapper. It's a true story.
yeah, it seems to have been a rock out. I'll pay for the studio time. Give me a couple of shout-outs.
Cajun Asian put it on the $6 on the button. Action's going to be on UB. New York Bob making the call. And yeah, so the straddle got punched in under the gun as opposed to on the button. So they're gonna clean that up real quick, and there we are, back ready to go. New York Bob making the raise with the big ace. Leo calling with the worst ace. And not sure what the Cajun Asian has. Oh, Sparky with the ace. Leo Z also had an ace, and Cajun Asian had suited Jack 6. 8 high flop. Leo out flopping New York Bob here. But New York Bob is going to continue on. He was the pre-flop raiser. He's putting out the continuation bet. Leo Z with top pair. He's not going anywhere. Cajun Asian will put on a little show, then muck his cards. Cajun Asian would have hit a jack, but keep in mind, he only had jack high. Looks like he's shaking his head there like I would have hit the jack. Check, check on the turn. Board pairing on the river. See if New York Bob bluffs. The only way you can win this pot is by bluffing, but he's going to slow it down. Leo going to be betting his 8 here. Oh, New York Bob making the call. So New York Bob didn't believe Jason early on, and he was right. But he is wrong here on Leo. He didn't believe Leo had a pair, and he called him with ace high. So sometimes sticky is good, and sometimes sticky is bad. New York Bob getting sticky at the wrong time. I believe there is a $10 button straddle coming from Leo. So under the gun straddle, Leo in seat 8, which is going to put action on Jason, or as my friend Guillermo says, Jason. So Jason with the king 10. Don't think he could call the $10, but he disagrees. Doneto with the ace. River Rat folding, as does the Cajun Asian. New York Bob with the queen deuce. Sparky needs $7 more, and he will put out the $7. Leo Z with the Chalktown nuts. We'll be checking. So action's going to be on the Sparky. And Sparky hits a 7. Leo Z with the deuce. And Don Neto with the ace high does have the ace of diamonds. So Sparky with a pair, some backdoor straight draws. He's going to make the call. Leo with bottom pair doesn't want to fold. And Jason makes the fold. So we go from 4 to 3. So the 9 giving Sparky a straight draw now to go along with his 7. And he's going to bet. Just under half pot size bet, about a 40% bet here on the turn. Leo also has a straight draw, as a 10 will make him a straight. Sparky's open-ended. And now Doneto's also open-ended. So Doneto draw into a chop or an ace for the outright win. And it's going to be the king of clubs. So backdoor flush does get there. $250 in the pot. Doneto with exactly a pot-sized bet left in his stack. But Sparky's going to put out a bit of a blocker bet here. So I'm not sure if he knew he was bluffing, but He did have the best hand.
You were very astute prognosticator. You are.
I'm just saying from that 3-5 of hearts, I was like, he probably had 5-6 of diamonds this time.
What's that?
I gave you a little bit more credit than your 3-5, but
$10 button straddle from New York Bob. So action will start to the left of the straddle. In this case, it's going to be the small blind. I know there's some places where you straddle where it skips the blinds. But here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, the action always starts to the left of the straddle. So it looks like that last hand did not get reset. And there, okay, there, it got reset there. So now the graphics will catch up. Don Neto making the call. It's 10 to go. Newbie calling the 10. And New York Bob will check his option. So graphics catching up. If you notice that last hand, it didn't get reset, but now it's reset. And the graphics will catch up, so the action will be paused just a bit. Looks like New York Bob might have to rescan his cards. I'm sure the dealer will let him know here. Don Neto leading right out. And everybody's going to fold. So one of the rules is no electronics allowed at the table. You do have to step away from the table so you can see the players on their phones stepping away from the table. We're on a 15-minute delay. We are scheduled to start at 6 o'clock, and we did start at 6 o'clock. We did not go on the air until 6:15 because of the 15-minute delay. But the players started playing here at the Texas Card House right at 6 o'clock. 15-minute delay, as is standard with most poker streams. Don Neto raising it up under the gun. UTG. So cards not scanning properly. Somebody's cards did not scan properly, so. Normally we'll get between 80 and 100 hands on your normal stream. And we are currently at 16 hands. So I'm guessing it's going to be closer to 80 than as opposed to the 100. Don Neto with the 6-4 of hearts. Raises it up to 10. Cajun Asian calling with the 7-8 offsuit. Sparky calling on the button with the 9-10. And it looks like Jason folded as well. Eight high flop, 2 clubs. Don Neto flopping middle pair. Cajun Asian flopping top pair. And Sparky flopping a gut shot with 2 overcards. Looks like the Cajun Asian's going with it. And Don Neto snap calls him. Cajun Asian actually in front right now. So Cajun Asian hitting 2 pair on the river, didn't need it. So double up for Cajun Asian. So we do have a $10 button straddle coming from Leo Z. As I said, Leo Z joining us tonight from Brownsville, Texas. It's actually the largest city here in this area down in South Texas, known as the Rio Grande Valley. So Brownsville, basically the very end of the Rio Grande River. They have an unincorporated beach known as Boca Chica Beach. And if that sounds familiar, well, Sunday, the SpaceX rocket launched from Boca Chica Beach. I was actually there. Pretty cool little deal. I was right across the bay at South Padre Island. There was a ton of people watching the rocket launch this past Sunday. And everybody calling the raise here. So it seemed like the game slowed down just a little bit, but now we're back in it as we are going 5 ways to a flop. The best hand right now is King 9 offsuit. And it's going to come ace high with 2 spades. Nobody with an ace, nobody with a queen, nobody with a 3. Everybody misses everything here. The King 9 still in front. But Leo is going to represent here. If they're a check-in, I'm a bet, and he says. And nobody has anything to call him with. Sparky doesn't have anything, but he feels like Leo's making a move. Just doesn't have anything to call him with. Does Leo show? No, he's not going to show. So Leo, as I said, from Brownsville, right on the Rio Grande River, which is the natural barrier between the United States and Mexico. If you go all the way upriver, you will eventually wind up in El Paso. That's where Jason's from. So they both live on the U.S.-Texas border, but they're on different ends. So Leo just making a move last hand. Looks like he's going to be making a move again, as this is a double straddle. KJ Nation put it on the double straddle, kind of induced River Rat to put on the initial straddle. Don Neto with the ace, he's not going anywhere. Pedro with the suited ace is going to be folding his ace. River Rat makes the fold. Cajun Asian has not looked at his cards. We will look together. Oh, he's not going to like his cards. Nice hand for blackjack. Not so much showing poker. So Don Neto with the best hand right now, but he is going to be first to act. He's out of position. 101 chips in the middle. And Leo flopping a straight. Board does pair here. So Leo checking on the flop, hoping his opponent catches up. And that's a card that his opponent could catch up. Leo still just calling here, hoping his opponent bluffs the river. And Leo putting out a bet on the river. Don Neto immediately folding. Make sure if you're still not subscribed to this channel, you do so. As I mentioned earlier, this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. So if you are from the Austin area and play in TCH Social and sometimes watch the streams there, or if you're in the Dallas area and play at TCH Dallas or TCH Las Colimas, Houston, we got the main one off of Westheimer, and then the secondary location north of Houston in Spring. They all stream on both TCH Live and Texas Card House. And for these next 2 weeks, I would imagine most of the locations, with the exception of Austin, are going to be streaming on the secondary channel, which is this channel. So make sure you do subscribe. Like I said, you might think you're subscribed. We do have a lot of subscribers to the main channel, TCH Live. This is the secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words. And the reason why I say most of the locations are going to be streaming on this channel for the next 2 weeks is because of the Trailblazer series going on at TCH Social in Austin. A lot of those tournament tables are going to be streamed. They're going to be streamed on the main channel, TCH Live. Jack high flop coming, 2 clubs. Nobody with clubs. Pedro with the jack. And he's going to bet his top pair. Very small bet here. $25 bet into 83. So just over a quarter size bet. And New York Bob going to be calling in with the ace high. He does have a gut shot. And now he has a double gut shot. Pedro going to be slowing down. New York Bob going to be putting out a bet here. So New York Bob calling with the gut shot. And now he picks up a double gut shot. Needed a 9 for a straight. Now needs a 9 or a king. Keep in mind, Pedro does have a king in his hand. Hearts get in there. New York Bob knows he's going to have to bluff at this pot. And there's the bluff. I don't think it's big enough to work here. Get your mind out of the gutter. So the flush gets there. And like I said, I think his size is too small here. And that was exactly right. Pedro's going to look him out. He flopped top pair, and he will show it. So Bob knew he had to bluff. Just the sizing was too small to get it done. And he's going to walk it off. I believe we're going to have a dealer change. And while they take care of the dealer change, we will let you know who's up, who's down. So Pedro making that call right now, that's going to give him the lead. We are exactly an hour into tonight's stream. So after an hour of play, Pedro bought in for $300. He now has, he bought him for $320. He now has $435 in front. River Rat picked up aces early on and was able to get a double up there. Leo Z making some plays. He's up $250. And Sparky won a really big pot. As a matter of fact, the first pot of the night, he won and just kind of maintained that. Everybody else in the red with Jason down basically $500. So new dealer coming in. Straddle under the gun announced from UB. And it's going to be Jeremiah tagging in. $8 under the gun straddle coming from UB here. New York Bob calling with the 10-7 offsuit. And Leo immediately raising with his king 10 of diamonds. It is the best hand right now. Newbie with the suited ace. And New York Bob going to be closing the action here. If he caught the straddle, I would imagine he's calling a raise. So Newbie with the best hand right now. Leo Z, your pre-flop aggressor, as we have $94 in the pot. $8 under the gun straddle from Newbie. New York Bob calling the $8. Leo Z taking it up to 30, and now we're going 3 ways to a flop of ace high. Newbie gonna check his ace. Let's see what Leo Z does. Leo Z checks behind. Leo Z picking up a diamond draw, so he's gonna bet if it gets checked to him again. Newbie with 2 pair. Oh, big bet here from Newbie. $75 bet. So pretty action turn here as New York Bob picks up a straight draw with that 6, and Leo picks up a flush draw. I don't think Leo would have called the 75 if New York Bob folded, but now he is getting the proper pot odds in his mind. He's going to make the call. Ace of diamonds for fun? 9 of diamonds for fun? Oh, it's the 7 of diamonds. So New York Bob does not make a straight. Leo does make his flush, and he's going to be betting pretty big here. And he bets all of it. And Newbie does not like that run out. There is a 4-card straight on the board. Any 4 makes a straight, any 9 makes a straight. He's more worried about the straight than the flush, but we can see it is the flush that he has to worry about. But Newbie's just going to call it off here, and Leo Z's going to show him runner, runner, nothing funner. So first hand from the new dealer kind of went the same way for Newbie as the first hand of the previous dealer went. Newbie making 2 pair, losing to a flush. The first hand of the stream, and same thing happens with the new dealer change. So Newbie will be rebuying. Let's take a look at the stats here. As we can see, our VPIP, Doneto and New York Bob have both played half of the hands, or have both volunteered, put in money. So they either called the $3, they called a raise, they called a straddle. Leo Z, he's in at 47%, Newbie in at 45%, as is Sparky, Cajun Asian in at 40%. Then we have both River Rat and Jason in at 30%. Pedro bringing up the rear at 15%. So New York Bob not at the table. He does get dealt 10. So they will muck his cards. Make sure they got scanned. Newbie getting some fresh chips from the chip runner, Maria. And Leo with the 7-4. Newbie just lost. I have not seen your kings yet. All right. So apparently the Cajun Asian's going to pick up kings in the next 15 minutes. In less than 15 minutes. I'm assuming he won the hand because he had a smile on his face. As I said, I am in the same building. But we are in separate areas. The stream area, and then I'm kind of off in a little room on the side. Open-ended for the Cajun Asian here. Top pair with a gut shot for Jason, and Newbie, who just lost all his chips, calling with the 8 here. It looks like it's going to go check around. So any 7 makes a straight. The Cajun Asian has a 7 and he's going all in for $85. So second board that runs out with a straight on the board. Last time it was a 4-liner to the straight. This time it is a gut shot to the straight where any 7. No, I'm sorry. The 7-6 made a straight with the 5, so he's actually using both cards. Oh, is Jason going to call him? Jason did have top pair on the flop. He bet, but it did go check around on the turn. So Jason wishing he would have bet the turn. And it looks like he's going to make a crying call. He does make the crying call. So things not going good for Jason here early on. Still has about 3 hours to make a comeback. Aggression frequency? Yep. Oh, we do have a, okay. Yeah, so Bob is going to have to put in the blind even though he's not here. He does get dealt in. So if Sparky wants to straddle, he's able to straddle here. But it looks like the Cajun Asian will straddle on the button. If Sparky wanted to straddle, he could. He does have priority. So normally on a normal cash game at Texas Card House, if you do miss your blind, you do not get blinded out. However, if you're playing on the stream, it's like a tournament where you do get blinded out. Like I said, the players are aware of this. And I'm pretty sure Bob is using his phone, which is why he had to step away from the table. Queen 5 of diamonds for Jason. And here are the kings that we were talking about earlier. And I think the reason why he had to smile is I think he got tricky with the kings. I think he's just going to call here. No? No, he puts in the 3-bet. Jason just lost the hand to the Cajun Asian. And he's going to try to make it back here. Does have the suited queen. Made it 20, so another 47 for him to call. So Jason going to have to get pretty lucky here. You can see he's 16% chance to win as the cards lie right now. And he's going to flop a full house. Cajun Asian going to double check his cards. Oh, quads for the Cajun Asian. So the high hand promo is going on, and I'm pretty sure he's going to win at least an extra $100 here. It's a good thing Jason doesn't have an ace because he might call him light. Yeah, Jason's pretty much given up on this hand. Waving the white flag. And Cajun Asian is going to show because it is a high hand. So Jason immediately folds. And they will call the floor over to verify the high hand.
I don't know, he hasn't shown yet.
So high hand bonus coming his way. As there are high hands here at the Texas Card House every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays. $100 every hour with rollovers from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Minimum aces full of 10s to qualify. Must use both hold cards to qualify.
Somebody had caught me.
Los tres son lo que veía ahorita, pero ahí van por los Reyes. Ahí va atrás.
I was waiting for you to catch up.
It was a bad board to bluff
Yeah, no,
on,
yeah,
right?
no, I smashed.
Double pair board. Anything else? I'm probably-
So New York Bob is back. Newbie put it on the straddle
We have a $6
as both Newbie and Jason are in for a buy-in tonight, or down a buy-in, shall I say.
Yeah, I just sat down.
Pedro with the ace-6. Oh, Cajun Asia now with the ace-king, so he's has a little rush of cards here. Newbie calling with the pocket pair. He's actually out in front right now.
No, it's for 3. They didn't update it since 5. Really? I just saw it was 300 right now.
What? Kings?
10-high flop. Cajun Asian will be betting $3. Oh, and Newbie raising here with the 4s. Cajun Asian's hand is too strong just to fold, so he will make the call. Cajun Asian betting $3 on the flop, gets immediately raised. And now he might be done with the hand. No, he bets another $3.
I thought the boat turned quiet.
And looks like Newbie's going to raise him again.
Like the turn already fucked them up.
So Newbie doesn't know what type of game the Cajun Asian is playing, but he is going to be raising.
Watching him, he was like considering doing something all day.
So seen the Cajun Asian take the line before, where he just bets $3. That's the minimum you can bet. And Newbie raised them on the flop and raised them again on the turn. He did have the best hand both times.
You should have done some weird mannerism or something.
It's 200.
Some more events coming up in Austin. All right, $10 button straddle coming from New York Bob.
That's not just anybody. That's a cool concept.
Huh? No.
Just before here, that's all it is.
Oh, yeah, square. Pick one. Pick it for me, please. Pal, please. It's 750.
Oh, it's 750, the second and the third?
Two of them myself.
Yeah, second and third then, because they hit the first week, they hit the first one. It has to be the second and the third.
Doneto with the ace queen. Just calling the race. And New York Bob has the suited king.
Both of them are marked in already.
Oh, Leo calling here? It was another $100 to call. And now he's calling Doneto. So Doneto had less than $100 in his stack. He called the $40 from the $40 raise from Leo. And now Leo's pretty much putting both his opponents all in here. Doneto with the best hand right now.
Y'all want to go once or twice? Oh, you want to go?
And they're going to be running this once. There is a side pot as the dealer takes care of the side pot.
Come on, diamonds.
Leo asking for diamonds. New York Bob hitting a king on the flop.
Amen.
And might go runner here. Oh, he gets a straight. So Leo Z winding up with the nuts. And Jason has never played with Leo Z before, so he's all. He can only smile and shake his head. So Leo Z picking up the perfect turn card as the 6 of diamonds gave him open-ended with a flush draw. He hit his open-ender, so New York Bob will rebuy. And I believe Don Neto's going to rebuy as well. So it looks like Jason's going to be added on. So there's the rebuy from Don Neto. So as they take care of that, we will remind you about the football squares. So the Cajun Asian, he hit the high hand with the quad kings. He also won a football square. There are 100 football squares available, and the pot starts off at $1,000, and I know it is more than $1,000 for the football squares. A player who shows on a full house or better will receive a football square, and if you flop it in PLO, you also get a football square. It's good for the game Sunday night, the Sunday night game. You can see it pays $250 each quarter, but just like the high hands, rollovers are involved. So I know there was some money that rolled over from the previous week. So the win up to $1,000 is actually going to be more this week because of the rollover. So making sure that Don Neto's cards scan properly. So normally Don Neto's hand would be mugged, but since he was taking care of his rebuy, and since we knew exactly what Pedro had, they were able to verify that Pedro did retrieve his cards. So Don Neto with the King 3 offsuit, the King Crab. Jason hitting 2 pair. Hoping somebody bluffs at this spot. And Don Neto obliges. Looks like Leo's thinking about calling here. Oh, Jason just calls with bottom 2 pair. So a lot of cards, a lot of scare cards here on the turn for Jason. 9-6-4. Well, that is a clean turn for Jason. Now there is a flush draw on the turn, and it's going to go check around. And there's the straight for Don Neto. So Don Neto hitting his straight. Putting out a big bet. So any 3 makes a straight. Jason knows that. He's just verifying how much it is. It's about a pot-sized bet. Just over a pot-sized bet. Bottom 2 pair. I don't think he can call. And he agrees.
Show him, Neto. Good bluff.
I think the next stat's going to be raise first in. pre-flop raise. So Cajun Asian and Jason leading the way in that department. You can see Pedro has not been the pre-flop raiser once. He's in at 0%. And he's actually our biggest winner tonight.
We have a $10 bonus round, everybody. Action starts in this one.
$8 announced, button straddle. Action's going to be on Jason. And he's going to make the call. Jason seems a little frustrated. And I get it. He's down. He's down over $500. You be making a move here with the Jack 9. The size is just too small. As he's going to pick up calls from Sparky, from Leo, from Jason, and from Don Neto. Nope. All right, he got one person to fold. Got one person to fold, but you can see there's $160 in the pot. This is a 1-3 game.
We got 5 players to the flop. What did they get people out?
King high flop, 2 hearts. So Sparky flopping top pair. UB flopping a gut shot. Double gut shot. An 8 makes a straight. The queen makes a straight. Sparky with a queen in his hand, but he has a king to go with it. King of hearts as well. So Sparky thinking, I think he's going to call. Top pair, pretty good kicker. Have the king of hearts as a blocker in your hand. It's pretty much checking all the boxes in my opinion here. A lot of respect given to UB there. You can see he's still questioning Sparky. Still not sure he made the right play. He'll be able to find out for sure in 15 minutes because we're on that 15-minute delay. All right, here's a raise first in. So obviously Pedro has not raised at all. He also hasn't been the first one to raise. But River Rat has not been the first one to raise. He did put in a 3-bet earlier with aces, but that was not raised first in. Jason leading the way there.
This guy probably had 3-5 hearts. He kind of plays like you. I wouldn't put it past Mark, right?
So Cajun Asian away from his seat. I think this is when he came to run to the booth to let me know about the king's hand he had earlier.
I don't see it right now in 15 minutes. See what he has.
10-7 of spades for River Rat just makes the call. Sparky with also a suited 10.
He has something low, but he's good right now. It's working good for him.
And is he going to put in a tiny raise? So he put out 3 chips. He thought there were 3 white chips, but one of them was red. So the dealer does allow him just to make the call. And everybody's going to be checking. So an unraised pot. Haven't seen one of those in a while. But we are 5 ways to the flop. Action's going to be on the small blind. Don Neto, he has the San Francisco bus boy. And he's going to flop a straight draw. Pedro flopping top pair. River Rat flopping bottom pair. Sparky also with bottom pair. River Rat putting out a full pot size bet. Sparky makes the call. Jason flopping open-ended. Although I'm not really sure you want a queen in this situation because the queen will make anybody with an ace a straight. And Pedro has the best hand here with the king. He will make the call. Anybody have a diamond? Jason has the biggest diamond.
The guy from New York can't find that pizza.
So 2 of hearts coming on the turn. That's going to give a flush draw to Sparky.
It's the best. Formacio, the Mercedes. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
So Sparky betting, now that he picked up the flush draw, 40. Doneto's not done with his straight draw yet. There are 2 flush draws out there. Pedro feels like he's getting a good price here. He might call, and he does. So straight draw for Doneto, flush draw for Sparky, and top pair for Pedro. And there's the ace. Doneto making it straight. And he's going to go all in. But the problem with this hand, it's very obvious. Very obvious that somebody has the straight. And pretty much did not fool anybody. So went to showdown. Sparky has only done it 10% of the time. Doneto and Yubi, over a third of the time they have gone to showdown. It looks like Doneto's going to be putting on a $7 button straddle. So it's going to be $7 for Pedro to play.
¿Tenías haces tú en ese mano? ¿Tenías haces contra mí? Sí. Sí.
¿Pagaste? No, ¿verdad?
No, tú no, doblaste. ¿Tú doblaste?
Yo mandé un link.
Cuando no tenía la corrida.
King Jack of clubs for River Rat raises it up to 23. Newbie also calling with some suited cards. New York Bob with the King 10. Sparky has some clubs in his hand. Jason with the best hand with the pocket pair. 3 players with clubs in their hand. You can see this pot's already at $139. Dealer making change, getting everything set properly. A lot of cards for the pocket fours to avoid. And he's not going to avoid them as a queen comes, a jack comes, and a 6 comes. So Sparky might get in trouble here as Newbie has top 2 pair. Sparky has top and bottom pair. Open-ended straight draw for New York Bob. River Rat with a small bet. And Newbie raises him. And as I said, Sparky might be getting in trouble here. So River Rat was going to call the $50 raise. He did not drop the chips. The dealer did know him, hey, you got a player that's all in. And he slammed on his brakes. And he put it in reverse. Wonder if New York Bob calls here. Newbie's calling. New York Bob, I know he is down, so that's going to affect his decision one way or the other. I'm not sure if Newbie's taking his time to call because New York Bob is behind him, or if he just doesn't know what he's doing. So this will be a spot to gamble if New York Bob chooses to do that. Some people like to gamble when they're winning. Some people like to gamble when they're losing.
Por favor, dulce, gracias.
New York Bob might be worried that somebody's on a diamond draw, so his ace of diamonds is not good or his nine of diamonds is not good. But if he knew what the players had and he felt like gambling, this would be a good spot to do. You can see he's 40% right here. So all things being equal, he would be 33.3333% to win the hand if it was just random hands. But you can see he's 40% right now. So like I said, if he wants to gamble, this is a good spot too, because he is going to win more than a third of the time. And it looks like he's going to fold here. Yeah, once he shows the cards here, he's going to have to fold. Yeah, he does fold. And so Sparky in bad shape, going to need a 6. So we know what's going to happen, right? An ace or a 9 is going to show up.
But no, I have Jack Queen. I don't know. Oh, shit. I've got Jack 6.
There's a diamond. And there's a king. So New York Bob would have missed. He would have missed. And Newbie is going to win a big pot here. So I know Newbie was down. He rebought. So now I think he's up. I think he's in for 800. The graphics will let us know for sure. So River Rat would have got there on the river as he would have hit 2 better pair, the king and the jack. And I think Sparky might be done.
Oh, Ben is out. He doesn't want to join over here anymore. Ben's up? He's not playing, but he's up there with them.
Yeah, so as I said it was happening, River Rat did not drop his chips. He was going to call the $50 raise from Newbie. He didn't see the all-in. The dealer notified him about the all-in. So people in the comments asking what happened there.
That's the only reason I say yes.
There's the VPIP. Doneto in at over 50%. And I don't know if Sparky's going to be rebuying or if somebody's going to take the seat. I know there is a list. Doneto with the dog, the K9. And he's going to raise it up to 24. Kobe. Cajun Asian calling with the 5 deuce of clubs. Looks like New York Bob ordered pizza for the table. No pizza for the commentator. So $52 in the pot. Cajun Asian has 52 in his hand. Let's see if a 5 or a deuce show up. There's the 5. So Neto with a 9 of diamonds. And he's just going to bomb at this pot. Bets $100 into 52. So Cajun Asian not able to take the heat. So Leo Z, now your big winner. He won that big three-way all-in with 9-8 of diamonds, and that propelled him up to over a $700 win. Newbie finally climbing out of the hole and into the positive. He's up $400, and yes, we do have a seat open as Sparky has no more spark left in him. And then River Rat, who picked up the aces early on. Everybody else in the negative. Cajun Agent down $24, but I believe he won $300 from the high hand. That is separate. The high hand is separate. It is paid out in cash, so the players can either add it to their stack or put it in their pocket. That's exactly what I asked, Rebel Poker. Where's my pizza? Cajun Asian put it on the 3-bet here with the queens. Doneto has a pair in his hand and he doesn't like to fold. He's going to make the call. Pedro with the suited queen. He's going to fold. And River Rat with the 7s will make the call. So we're going 3 ways to the flop. Pedro with a bit of a tight fold. But everybody has their own playing style. So ace coming on the flop. Cajun Asian's not going to like that. But he's going to put out a small bet here to see if anybody has that ace. Doneto says, no, no, no.
Good fold.
And River Rat, I think he's just going to make the call here. Yeah, he does. No, he made a min raise.
Show him 2 hearts.
He made a min raise, and Cajun Asian immediately folded. And River Rat showing him 7s.
6-5 ace. 6-5 ace.
Wow.
Way on.
It was this side of the table.
So some
Queens, Leon.
interesting post-flop betting from the Cajun Asian. We saw him do this earlier when he bet $3 on the flop with ace-king, and UB raised him. He called the raise. He bet $3 on the turn with the ace-king, and UB raised him again, and he finally folded. So now he puts out a tiny continuation bet with the ace, pretty much trying to figure out if anybody had an ace. And River Rat put in basically a min raise, and that got the job done.
Men, boom.
So I believe we do have somebody taking the other seat.
He's watching 15 minutes. John Gray, bluff of the century. Ace 6-5 board. John Gray bets 40. Leon win raises, folds queens, shows 7. Thanks for coming. Leon's a master.
Yeah, he pulled it earlier too. 1 second, Leon. 1 second, Leon. We're still behind.
Premature there, Leon, buddy.
Hey, you have Ed.
So Cajun Asian raising it with the king queen offsuit, and you be calling with the suited Jack 9.
35?
Yes,
New York Bob gonna be folding,
Oh, you're going to give it
I just threw whatever in there.
and Leo Z will call with the Chad Johnson. Ocho cinco. And River Rat comes along.
We bring that mid-range shit over here.
So Cajun Asian in really good shape right now, but he was in really good shape last time with the queens, and he folded the winner there. And an ace coming on the flop again. River Rat out flopping the Cajun Asian. But he will call with his gut shot. UB calls with his bottom pair. And Leo Z will make the fold. Spade coming on the turn. The Cajun Asian does have the queen of spades. But River Rat has the king of spades. Small bet from River Rat, and that's going to bring along the Cajun Asian. And Newbie going to make a play here. So Newbie senses a little weakness, and he is correct. But nobody's folded tonight. I don't see how Newbie can bluff the river here if he gets called to 2 spots. Was Cajun Asian all in? Oh, you can't bluff somebody that's all in. So Cajun Asian actually gets the win here. He's going to be surprised that he has a win. He thinks somebody has an ace.
Never mind. Okay.
So he thought somebody had an ace, but that was not the case.
Oh, baby.
That's what you want on your thing?
Oh, shit.
Edson.
So Leon Z still your big winner, but the Cajun Asian is now in the green with that pot. And looks like we have seat 7 being taken by Edson. And he's going to be coming in on the big blind, and they're going to welcome him with a double straddle. So it is an $8 straddle under the gun, not a $6 straddle, $8 straddle. The double straddle being put on by Jason is 16.
And you guys, and there's a raise too. I'm sure you thought you were good.
So Ed said, nice little hat there, the ace of spades. Cajun Asian with the ace coming along. And we're going 3 ways to a flop. As it's going to come queen high. Nobody with a queen. Cajun Asian hitting a pair, and he's making his little $3 bet again. It actually got one person to fold. And are they going to show? No, he's going to get the win here. So I don't think Edson has played on the stream before. I haven't seen him. I'm here for most of the streams. I will not be here for Friday's stream, as I will be in Austin for the Trailblazer Series, for the UT Georgia game, for the F1.
Yeah, they do. They have
Rojo con yellow.
Don Neto with the ace. $10 straddle for him to call. Looks like he's going to put in a small raise. 27 to 999. Newbie with the tens just makes the call. Might bring in Bob here, as Bob's getting a real good price, even though his hand isn't great. And yes, indeed, does Bob makes the call. So $85 in the middle. Let's see three. And Bob's going to hit a jack. Doneto's going to hit an ace. But Newbie's going to hit the set. And everybody's going to check. Trips for Bob. Doneto going to be making the bet here, and this is going to get messy. Newbie put it in a raise here. So he's hoping one of these players has a jack, and he is correct. New York Bob a little bit annoyed at this raise because he was planning on raising. Oh, he announces all in. He's not drawn dead. He could hit a jack, a seven, or an ace. Doneto doesn't like to fold a pair, but he knows he's beat. So we can see the outs on top of the screen for New York Bob. Exactly three are left. The ones that are in the gray have been folded. So New York Bob needed to hit a jack, a seven, or an ace. One time. And it's an 8. So Newbie with the huge pot. 50. So New York Bob kind of shaking his head. The jack, the worst card he can see. Newbie will get a football square. Newbie does get a football square. And New York Bob gets to rebuy.
square. Table 9.
So New York Bob will be taking care of the rebuy.
Barrels, table 9.
And don't forget about the football square, as UB had a full house there, so he gets a football square. All right, so rebuy taken care of. If you're just now tuning in, we're about 2 hours or about halfway done with tonight's stream, as we do stream for 4 hours every Wednesday night here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Welcome. This is 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em. We are in South Texas tonight, as the Cajun Asian has Queen Jack suited.
And I didn't mean for you to think that I was weak by saying you didn't tell me to go. I actually put you on. I put you on a chin jack so that
And if you're wondering, those stacks are indeed 75 for newbie. Newbie stacks his chips in 75. In general, the way you're supposed to do it is have 20 chips stacked on top of each other.
I apologize to you for you to do that. There was nothing against you.
So everybody calling the raise here. 6 ways to the flop, $120 in the middle, and it's going to come king high. 2 players with deuces. And it's checked around to the button. And the deuces are going to be betting here. River Rat thinking about calling with the gut shot. Needs a jack. Cajun Asian calls with his gut shot, needs a 10. And the deuces have a lot of cards to dodge. And it's going to be a pair for both River Rat and Cajun Asian. Edson betting another 40. I thought he might slow down. I do understand him taking a stab on the flop once everybody checked to him. But he got called by 2 players. And he takes another stab at it. And this time, one of these players is going to stab back. Both of them are going to make the call. Cajun Asian with the best kicker right now, but he doesn't want to hit his kicker. So Cajun Asian going to wind up with the best hand. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win, because he still has to call a bet. So like I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win. He has to call a bet. 80 to win 140. Sometimes they just have to show it to you. He made a big laydown earlier when he laid down queens on an ace-high board and his opponent showed him 7s. In his defense, it really seems like Edison has a king here, as Edison bet the flop, bet the turn, and bet the river. So it really seems like he has the king here, and it really seems like he's just giving him $80. Sometimes you just got to see the other player's hand, and keep in mind, Edison just said it thrown down a hand. So sometimes you need to pay for information. And even though this will be the right time for him to do it, I don't know if he is going to do it. He let it go. He let it go. Oh, he shows it. Yes. Yes. Gotta love it. Welcome to the table, Edison. It's a
Would it be there, buddy? That was some really good betting. I'm gonna live in your head one street. The time you pull it, he's screaming, God, I still. I played it bad for I know, that's the only reason. I was like a 14.
So we do have a $10 button straddle coming from the button, Leo Z. And we're getting ready to have a dealer change as Ash Cash will be making a return either this hand or the next hand.
Shut it down, right?
Some suited connectors for Jason and some suited connectors for Don Neto, and they're both calling the $10 straddle. Pedro with the pocket pair. 10-9 off Super River Rat. He lets it go. He makes the call, excuse me. York Bob with the pocket eights. Looks like he's going to be raising, but I think the amount is just too small, as there was a $10 straddle, and you can see pretty much everybody called the $10, and now everybody's calling his raise. Edson calls with his fives. Jason makes a call with his suited king. He's got the biggest card right now, but 3 players have pocket pairs. So now we have a $250 pot. So we got pocket eights, pocket fives, pocket threes, and king nine. The king nine is going to hit top 2 pairs. So Jason is going to check. Hopes somebody bets here. Double paired board. 250 in the pot. How much does Jason have in his stack? Jason says all in. Hoping he gets a call maybe from Ace King here. But nobody. River Rat has a 9. But he also has 2 players left to act behind him. It looks like he'll let it go. Down in the front, Don Neto. Down in the front.
Thank you. You put a square for me, right?
And Jason finally winning a good-sized pot. So we will have that dealer change I was talking about, as Ash Cash will take over for the next hour.
Good luck, everybody. See you in an hour.
Don't forget about the Trailblazer Series this weekend in Austin. It has begun, TCH Social. The kickoff event going on right now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be streaming that final table on TCH Live. And then this weekend, real good value here. $400 entry, $500K guaranteed. 7 different starting flights. 7 different starting flights. Day 2 will take place on Sunday. Of course, if you don't want to go up to Austin and you're down here in the Rio Grande Valley, we got you taken care of on Friday at 6 o'clock. And then we run it back on Sunday at 4 o'clock. 2,000 guaranteed. All right, so Ash Cash is back. New York Bob with the suited king will be putting on the 3-bet. It is small. Edson calling with his suited queen. In bad shape right now. And Yubi with the 5-6 offsuit is going to hit a 6. Nobody has an ace. So Newbie's actually out in front right now. Real small bet here coming from Edson, as there's over $120 in the pot. And he's just going to put out a small bet. Leo reading this as weakness. And he's really just playing the player here. He's just planning to bluff this pot if needed. And it's going to work. I think Leo's just going to show one card. No. Oh, he shows both of them.
Yeah. Thank you back, Grande. I folded an ace. Free flop.
So here's the VPIP. Edson just sat down. He's in at 61%, so that number I'm sure will drop. But Don Neto's been here since the beginning. He's at 51%, just over 50%, and just under 50%. We have Leo Z. And down at the bottom is Pedro. He's in at 14%.
First love, boys.
Took you all night to do it, but it's not true.
I guess using my skin.
So Newbie with the 4s just makes the call.
Now you're pulling for $3.
Jason with the deuces comes along. Don Neto with the suited king. Looks like he's going to be racing it up here. Looks like 29. Actually, I like this play from Don Neto here, as he is using the power of the button. And Pedro might have heard that he is lowest in VPIP. He's going to make the call with his 7-5. Newbie with the pair of 4s, he's not going anywhere. And looks like everybody's calling here. New York Bob reluctantly calling. Edson does make the fold, and Jason should be calling with the pocket pair here, and does. And you can see we have a $158 pot. Like I said, I actually like this raise from Don Neto. He does have the button, so even if he gets called, he's building this pot in position. And it's going to come queen high. So New York Bob hitting the queen. So New York Bob, I believe, rebought. And the dealer did not notify the graphics department that New York Bob rebought. So that's why he's showing that he's all in, because whenever he rebought when he lost to Newbie, that was not punched into the system. We can see that New York Bob has over 700 in front. Don Neto raised it with the king 6. He hits bottom pair, and he's not going anywhere. Open-ended here for Pedro. River Rat has an ace, doesn't want to let it go. And Newbie's thinking about what to do with his pocket pair. As every card on the board beats him, he will finally make the fold.
Non-believers, Bob.
$323 in the middle. And Pedro is going to hit it straight. Bob has a bigger straight draw with the 10. Pedro going to be betting about a third of the pot here. Does not have the nuts. Jack 10 is the nuts, which is why everybody loves to play the Jack 10, because anytime you make a straight with the Jack 10, you'll always have the nuts. 7-5 right now. The second nuts. Actually, in third nuts. 10-7. Second nuts. Once again, New York Bob is not all in. He does have over 700 in front of him. And New York Bob's going to be making the call here, looking for a 7 or a jack. Oh, New York Bob's going to make 2 pair, but that's not going to be good enough. And it's going to go check on the river. So Pedro with the win. We did see the VPIP earlier where Pedro was at the very bottom, so I'm not sure if he knew that, but he decided to play the 7-5, and it looks like he played it at the right time, as he does turn a straight and wins a pot worth over $300. The aggression frequency. Edson leading the way there. Newbie, Cajun Asian both in at 26%. Pedro at the very bottom. Making sure the button is correct. Action is going to be on Newbie. Gets rid of the 10-5 pretty quick. New York Bob not having a good night. Pretty frustrated. He does have a Baskin-Robbins hand. Edson with the 7s. Makes it 30 to go. So pretty big raise here, as he is the first player coming into the pot. Don Neto had King 6 last 10, has King 6 again. Queen 9 for River Rat. Cajun Asian is going to be closing the action here with the 9-10. We'll make the call. So $128 in the middle. Ash Cash going to burn and turn. Cajun Asian going to hit middle pair, but River Rat going to hit top pair. Both of them with the same straight draw. And looks like River Rat's going to be putting out a pretty big bet here. Basically betted half his stack. He has less than $200 in his stack, and he's betting 100. So pretty. Cajun Asian verifying. River Rat did announce $100, which is why he did stick in the other $5. Cajun Asian is making a lot of tight folds, and this one will be the proper one. The previous two were not. Three overcards to the 7s. Edson will finally get rid of it. So Neto with just a king high, not going to be able to call, and makes the quick fold. High hands are going on today until 4 in the morning. Progressive high hands Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There we go. Play 1 hour, get 3 hours for free before 12 p.m. noon. So you play 1 hour before 12 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You get 3 hours for free. Great, great deal there. Ace Queen for Don Neto. Lost the big hand with the Ace Queen earlier. And he's a little gun shy. He's just going to call. Some suited connectors for River Rat. We'll throw them away. Cajun Nation will play his suited connectors. And Yubi needs to put in another $7 and does. So we should have $50 in this pot. Exactly $50. King high flop coming. Nobody with the king. The Cajun Nation with a 10. But Newbie is going to lead out here. 35 with his 4 high. Cajun Nation still with the best hand. Once again, that doesn't mean he's going to win the pot. And we're going to the river. Cajun Nation does check. And Yubi has 4 high. He knows he has to bluff. But he's going to have to bet at least half pot here. And it's going to be just under. Cajun Nation, tired of folding, does make the call. So who's winning and who's not? The have and the have-nots. Keep in mind, Sparky is not listed on there. Sparky was in for, I believe, 400. But Leo Z leading the way. Newbie making a big comeback. Both Pedro and the Cajun Nation out in front. Edson late to the game, but up over $100, as is River Rat. Everybody else in the red. New York Bob in over 1,000. So making sure the cards got scanned properly. So these are special playing cards. They do have a little chip in them. RFID. And that's how we're able to know what they had. That $200 is the high hand. Cajun Nation went in the high hand with the quad kings. And it is paid out in cash. So you're able to either play the 200, or you can put it in your pocket. It looks like he's going to put it in his pocket. Oh, set of 5s for River Rat. And Don Neto's going all in. Merry Christmas, River Rat. It's showing Don Neto's drawn dead, and there's no way he can win the hand. He can only tie if a 3 and a 4 show up to put it straight on the board. So Don Neto drawn dead. He has 1% next to his name, so 1% of the time he's going to chop. If it comes king, king, doesn't matter if it comes king, king, queen, king. It needs to be a 3 or a 4. Nope. So River Rat will get the double up, and I'm not sure if Don Neto's going to rebuy. I don't think he's going to rebuy. And River Rat will be getting a football square as well for Sunday night's game. So any player that shows a full hand or better receives a football square for the Sunday night game. The prize pool starts off at $1,000. Rollovers are included. Right now it is $250 each quarter, but I do know some money is going to be added for Sunday night's game. Under the gun straddle coming from Leo Z.
Keller, Cito. Easy one.
So River Rat calling with the suited connectors.
No, I was saying because he folded, it didn't matter.
UB calling with the deuces. New York Bob calling with Motown. And we're going 5 ways to a flop. Nobody with an ace, nobody with a queen. River Rat with a 4, and he will put out a small wager. Action is on New York Bob. Not a lot has gone his way tonight. They are letting the floor know we do have a seat open on the stream table, so we'll see if anybody takes that seat. Oh, and Leo Z has some plans here.
Like 5 days after the draft. 75 total.
I never watched a baseball draft this many rounds. Yeah, I can't play fantasy either.
So River Rat not giving up with his bottom pair yet. It'll be interesting to see what Leo does here on the turn, as he's on a 100% bluff here. He's going to continue on with his story. And River Rat doesn't believe his story. So River Rat with bottom pair puts his opponent on a flush draw or a straight draw, is calling him down. Can Leo Z put out a big bet on the river? You can see there's $320 in the middle. Let's see if he hits a hand or he misses. So the river is out. The camera's just... So the river's out. I do not know what the river is, but Leo's going for it as he's emptying out the clip here, betting 175 on the river. I don't think he got there. Oh, he's going to call here. We're going to get to see. Oh, Leo hit a straight. He hit a 7. A straight was announced. No. Oh, no, he doesn't hit a straight. So River Rat was the one that had a straight. A deuce came on the river. A deuce came on the river. River rat hit a straight. A straight was announced. I thought it was Leo with the straight, but it was River rat that hit a straight. So essentially what happened is when River rat called the turn,
You hit it on the flop.
all right, easy for me to say. Let's try again. So when River rat called on the turn, the production crew in the back that keeps track of the action, they did not input his call. So they need to reset this hand. The cut card is a special cut card that they need to kind of run over the square there to get the hand reset. So they do need to reset this hand since we moved over. But the reason why the camera stayed stuck on River Rat is his call on the turn was never registered in the software. His call on the turn was never registered on the software. So essentially the way the cameras are set up, if the action is on the player, the cameras will focus on that player. And that's why the camera stayed focused on River Rat, because his call on the turn was not inputted into the system. So that is what they're cleaning up right now, as they are letting the production crew know what happened. The River Rat did call on the turn, and that the river was a deuce. So there's the card being waved to reset it.
Damn, we're not trying to hit 210.
Still not reset. There we go. Looks like Ash Cash just got her nails done. Nice little French tips. And you can see she's trying to reset the hand there. Her left hand is waving. There's a sensor that basically resets it. So she will get it reset. I think the sensor is right where that palm tree is. The production crew letting her know that it's still not reset, and that's why we're on pause. But that's what happened the last hand when River Rat called the turn. The turn did not register with the production crew. So the action tracker that keeps track of the action wasn't registered. And then the dealer burned and put the river out, but the camera was still set on the River Rat. And looks like maybe something froze up and has to be reset. But while we're doing that, let me check the comments. As somebody saying that they'll smoke all these amateurs, and well, all these are amateurs. This is a 1-3. This is a 1-3 table, so this isn't high stakes poker. However, it is the poker that most people play. I mean, this is the most popular game you're going to find when you walk into any poker room. You're going to find 1-2 or 1-3 no limit Texas Hold'em. That's going to be the game that has the most tables playing. You go to any casino in Vegas, any card room in LA, any of the casinos on the East Coast, you're always going to find a 1-3 game running. There we go. It got reset properly. And you can see that they have to restart the camera. So sorry for the delay. Hashtag technology. But essentially what happened is the system did freeze up the action tracker, which keeps track of said action, froze up, so they reset it. And that same system runs the cameras. There are multiple cameras in the room, and essentially it is synced up with the system where anytime that the action is on a player, that camera will turn on. So I think they're going to be zooming in this overhead camera, and then once they zoom it in, we should be good to go. So none of these players at the table are quote unquote professional poker players. I know there's a lot of people that say they're professional poker players, but the amount of people, when we're talking about strictly playing poker, that actually make a living from only that income, it's a very, very small percentage. And it's even smaller nowadays because all of these poker vloggers and YouTubers and stuff like that, they make money from these streams. They make money from their content. So if the majority of your money, at least in my opinion, if the majority of your money is coming from playing poker, then yes, you are a professional. But if you have sponsorship deals and you're getting revenue from here and there, you're like a semi-pro, I would say. Still nothing wrong with that.
How'd you do out there? About 800.
I just saw an episode of Tosh Show.
What time did you get here today?
Used to be on Comedy Central, Daniel Tosh. Show was Tosh.0, but he has a new show on YouTube. It's called Tosh Show. He had a poker player, Nikki Limo, on with him, and she was kind of explaining this, how most of her money doesn't come from playing poker, it comes from her content. All right, so system is reset, and the dealer will reshuffle, and we do have a $10 button straddle. So I think once the action starts back up, the overhead camera should be zooming in here.
Yeah, we can still go. I don't even think it's gonna start yet. Oh, we're good. Yeah, we'll wait till the button passes you, and we'll go. I know you like to play your button.
So you can see the actions on seat 7 and now seat 8, so the camera will pan over there. Everything is programmed ahead of time. All right, Pedro with the kings. Looks like somebody taking seat 1 there. Pedro taking it up to 48. Leo Z with the suited connectors. And Leo's going to hit top pair. He will check to the aggressor. And Pedro going to be betting 65. Leo going to be coming along. So Leo looking for a 9 or a 6. You can see there's 3 left. Pedro hitting a set. Clubs do come in. And he's going to bet another 65. And Leo is drawing dead. Leo does not want to hit a 9 or a 6. The board pairs with a 3. And he's going to check over to Pedro, who bets 300. That's actually a bad card for Leo. And he's going to be making the fold, I believe. Now, Pedro's going to show his hand because he has a full house. If he does want the football square, he's going to show the hand. Pedro normally does not get out of line, and Leo knows this. But he's thinking, can this be the one time he's getting out of line? And he's going to pay to see, and he's going to see the full house. Looks like we have somebody take seat 1 there. Looks like K3 Construction. So Pedro, first hand back with the kings. Nice hand.
Kings for the tray.
And this hand has not reset yet. I'm sure the production crew will let them know they got to reset this hand, and that's why the camera is still focused on C2. If you see the little green bar under the kings, it's showing that the action is there. And there we go. It got reset. Might need a new cut card because that cut card does have a sensor in it as well that restarts each hand. So Leo taking that hit is going to be added on to his stack, and we will have action on the new player. It's going to be Papi Chulo. Okay.
I'm gonna go buy some more cigarettes right now. So
Cajun Asian raising it up to 15 with the ace-4 suited. Leo jumping right back in the action here. Jason with a bad hand, but it's only another $12 to call. He's going to make the call. And we're going 6 ways to a flop? 5 ways to a flop. Ace coming right on the flop. So both Leo and the Cajun Asian hitting an ace. Leo does have him out kicked. So you can see the card reader picking up something wrong because it is ace, queen 3. So the 8 of spades is actually an ace. So that is why the percentages are off here. Cajun Asian does have an ace, only has a 4 kicker. Pay no attention to the percentages. Edson did not have a straight. You can see the board. It's actually a chop pot right now. Aces and 3s with a queen kicker. And it's going to remain a chop pot. And they're going to check it down. So the dealer will take care of the chop. And we will remind you about the 2-for-1 time here tomorrow at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Keep in mind, we are one of 6 Texas Card House locations in the state of Texas. One of 4 streaming locations, as we pretty much have the entire state covered in each direction with the exception of the west. So we're in South Texas, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Then in Central Texas, you have the original Texas Card House, which is now known as TCH Social. They have moved. They're in the same area as they were previously, right by the Austin Aquarium. The original covering Central Texas. Then we got North Texas. We have one in Dallas and one just next to Dallas in the city of Irvin, Las Colimas. And then we got East Texas. We have Houston. And then just north of Houston in Spring, Texas. So those are the 6 Texas Card House locations. Like I said, the only area we don't have covered is west. We actually have somebody from way west Texas joining us tonight here in seat 9. Jason in seat 9 joining us from El Paso. And action will be on Jason with the 9-3. Looks a little frustrated. Things haven't gone his way. Papi Chulo just sitting down, making the call, and UB in as well. Oh, and Leo with the queens. Gonna take it up to 80. So newbie raising it up to 25. There was a $10 straddle. Papi Chulo was in the big blind. He called that straddle. And Now newbie will also make the call. So newbie does not want to see a club because it might be the queen of clubs. Oh, newbie flops open-ended. So newbie was in terrible shape pre-flop. Still in bad shape, but no longer terrible shape. You can see the outs on top of the screen. He does have 5 outs. Leo, oh, getting tricky here. Checks it back. 2 flush draws on the turn. Leo does have to bet here if he gets checked again. I understand getting tricky on the flop. But the board's getting a little out of hand, so he will make the bet. And Yubi going to be making the call here with the open-ender, still looking for a king or a queen. Excuse me, a king or an 8. Kind of wants to hit the 8. Just because the king will be an overcard to the queen. He hits a 10. Does have showdown value. But Leo's going to take down his showdown value, and his is better. So very scary board there. Any 8 making a straight. The clubs get in there. So Leo figured if he bet and he got called, then he was not good. So he just took his showdown value. Still a nice pot for Leo Z. So a couple of players are adding on here. The dealer letting the production crew know who's adding what. Race first in, Cajun Asian and Leo Z, both at 23%. Papi Chulo just sat out, so he has not had a chance to raise. No straddle this hand. Action going to be on River Rat. 10-5 of clubs. Might call because it's suited. Cajun Asian raising with his suited cards. New York Bob making the call with his suited cards. And guess what? More suited cards. Leo Z with the big ace. He's suited in spades, and he's taking it up to 110. More suited cards, but those are going in the muck. Cajun Asian, I think, wants to play this hand, but he does have 2 players behind him to worry about, and he will fold. New York Bob trying to get something going. Maybe forcing it here with the King 7, but sometimes when luck closes the door, you got to come in through the window. And we're going heads up to a flop. New York Bob looking for a king or a 7 or some clubs. And he will get none. As Leo Z hits the ace on the flop. Puts out the down bet to 75. And New York Bob has some backdoor draws working with that 7. Needs a club, needs a 9, needs a 5. There's a 9, so he is open-ended now. You can see there's $400 in the pot, 417. New York Bob with just over a pot-sized bet left. And it's going to go check, check. New York Bob looking for a 5 or a 10. He will not hit it. He can only win by bluffing. But a lot of things have not been going his way tonight, so he's just going to wave the white flag. And let's see if Leo Z takes his showdown value. You know he's going to try to get some more value from his hand. New York Bob not going to be able to call. I don't think the card reader picked up anything wrong here. I think Bob is just a little frustrated.
What you eating, man?
Fried fish. Chino.
No, for y'all?
So give the win to Leo.
Trout and red that he caught, huh? Bro, you see how many trout he had, bro? He went way over the. He was fishing in Mexico for sure. In Mexico, dude. He had like 50.
You can see Pedro's actually the big winner tonight. He's up almost 1,000. Leo Z up 700. And you can see New York Bob at the other end down over 1,000.
Man, he had like 50 trout, like no joke.
The one time I opened super late.
I wanna say that.
No straddle this hand. Cajun Asian with the ace king. Just going to be limping. I know there's a lot of people that consider this a bad move in regards to limping under the gun with a strong hand to put in the back race. But I actually think it's not as terrible as people make it out to be, especially if you're sitting at a table where there's not a lot of 3-betting taking place. And in general, in a 1-2, 1-3 table, you're not going to have a lot of pre-flop 3-betting. But here comes a 3-bet from the Cajun Asian. See, Leo raising here with the 8 deuce of spades. The Cajun Asian would have raised under the gun, then this hand would have played a lot different. Leo Z's never 3-betting with the 8 deuce of spades, but he will open, as you see here. And you can see everybody's calling. So 3 players with spades. Not sure if Papi Chulo's going to call here with the San Francisco bus boy. Queen 3 offsuit. And he will make the fold. So 4 ways to the flop we go. Cajun Asian looking for an ace or a king. And he will hit the king. 250 in the middle. Should be putting out about 120. And he's going to put out 140. Make that 150. So there are clubs on the board. He has no clubs in his hand. New York Bob hitting the 7. And he just might have to go with this hand. He has 432 in his stack. Like I said, he just might have to go with this hand. No, he's going to fold. So it was pretty much fold or all in for New York Bob there. And he chose to fold. There's the VPIP. Under the gun straddle coming from newbie. Action's going to be on New York Bob. New York Bob does make the call. Leo Z immediately raises to 20. I think somebody's cards did not get scanned properly, so going to have a quick... There we go. So New York Bob with the ace-jack. Leo Z with the 10-7. Leo Z raising it up with the 10-7 offsuit. Cajun Asian with some hearts, but they're no good. Newbie with the best diamonds, the ace-high diamonds. And we're going 5 ways to the flop. 101 Dalmatians in the middle. And it's going to come diamonds. Queen 5-5 diamonds. Leo Z, your pre-flop aggressor. Let's see if he continues on here. And he's going to do just that with the continuation bet of 65. Newbie's calling for sure. Might raise. Looks like just the call. New York Bob with just the ace high with 2 players to worry about. We'll let it go. Does have the best hand right now, but obviously no way for him to know that. 9 coming on the turn. And Leo Z continuing on with the pressure here. Puts his opponent on a draw, and he's correct. UB with the flush draw. The board is paired, but he will be making the call. I kind of want to see everybody miss, and I kind of want to see if Leo will empty out the clip. He's done it before. Leo looking for a 10 or a 7 that is not a diamond.
I'm sorry. I didn't know
If that's a diamond, UB's going to check, hoping Leo represents the diamonds. The only way Leo can win is by bluffing, but he put his opponent on diamonds. So he will check it back, and UB will get the win. So Leo Z's read was correct there. His opponent was on a flush draw, and then once the flush draw got there, he could not bluff it. Like I said, I would have wanted to see everybody miss their hand to see if Leo Z would have gone for it. New York Bob with the $10 under the gun straddle. Newbie will stack up his chips in stacks of 75. Edson with the 7-5 of diamonds makes the call. Pichulo with better diamonds going to be raising it up. Looks like it says 125, but it's 25. So something getting punched in wrong there. So it is 25, not 125. So both the Cajun Asian and Papi Chulo with the suited Queen 10. And New York Bob has them both dominated with the Ace 10. And he's raising it up. So New York Bob last hand had the best hand pre-flop. Pre-flop with the Ace Jack. Did not play it aggressive. Now he's playing the Ace 10 aggressive. And I think he might have made it 125. No, it's 110. 115. No, it's 110. So we are going heads up. The Cajun Nation did fold. So New York Bob and Papi Chulo heads up. And New York Bob just going with it. $301 is the bet. So this is actually over a pot-sized bet, as it was 110 getting called, and then the 25 from the Cajun Asian. So New York Bob getting the win there. as we have just over an hour left in tonight's stream. So Ash Cash started us off at 6 o'clock. We did start playing here
I got you next weekend.
at 6 o'clock. The stream started at 6:15 because of the delay.
This weekend coming up.
So these players have been playing for just under 3 hours.
Oh yeah.
The dealers do change out every hour on stream. On the main floor, they change out every 30 minutes. So that's pretty much standard. Most of the dealers will change out every half hour, with the exception of California, because California always does things different. So in California, they do change out every 40 minutes, in general. They also carry their bank around, which I actually like. The rack of chips. The dealers are responsible for it. So I know sometimes on a normal table, a dealer will sit down and they'll count the rack. And if the rack is not properly there, then they call over the floor, and it just essentially wastes more time on the game. So it's fairly simple in California. You carry your rack. If your rack is wrong at the end of the night, well, the error was on you. So Jason with top pair. Papi Chulo calling with the 2 overcards. Has 2 outs. And that's not it. Does have a diamond, so you can see he goes from 2 outs to 9 outs. Jason still with top pair, but that's a scary card. Jason says, I ain't scared. He's going to bet 75. Papi Chulo calling the flop with just king high. No pair, no draw, and now picks up a flush draw. Would have preferred to hit a king or a queen, but instead hits a diamond. And he's going to see he has the king of diamonds. Needs to cost 75. Looks like he's going to make the call. Ahí viene el Río. And it's going to be an ace. Another scare card. This time coming on the river. And Jason doesn't know what to do. Does not like the ace. Oh, he's going to go all in. So, just like on the turn, he ain't scared. Has top pair. Pretty crazy run out. And he just doesn't believe his opponent has anything, and he's right. And he's going to show. He's going to show just the 7. So you can see this hand taking place at 8:56. The tablet just flashing up the time there, 8:56 Central Time. So you add that to the 15-minute delay on, and that'll take us to 9:12. $10 button straddle under the gun. Leo Z putting it on. Action is going to be on Jason. He ain't scared. Let's see what his hand is, though. Oh, ace 10. Just won the last 10 with 9 high. And he's going to be raising here. Kind of a small raise. Takes it up to 25. Papi Chulo had the king queen last hand, has the king queen again, and he's going to make it 100. UB suited 7-8 of clubs, pretty hand, but not for $100. New York Bob with the suited ace would be calling the $25 raise from Jason. Going to be hard to call the $100 raise from Papi Chulo, but he's going to do just that. And what does Jason do? Well, Leo making the call with the 9-7. Like, I know it's easy to say since we can see their cards, but if he goes all in here, that's going to be the proper play. No, he just makes the call. So 2 players with an ace, 1 player with king queen, and 1 player with 9-7 of diamonds. You can see actually New York Bob has the best equity right now since he's suited. And Jason's actually has the worst equity, even though he has the best hand right now. Huge flop for New York Bob, and he's going to say check as he flops a straight flush draw. Papi Chulo 3-betting his king queen is going to check back. Board pairing. So New York Bob looks like he's going to be leading here. $400 in the pot. Maybe about a half pot size bet, just under half pot size.
Both of you. Okay. Both of you. Okay. It's okay. They know
Yeah, so nobody's going to be able to call here. Bob actually bluffing with the best hand. Yeah, so just over a half pot size bet. 208 into 403. And New York Bob will show.
Oh, Lord, you better.
And looks like we have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream as the dealers will change out.
Andre's favorite dealer? Those were not my words. Those were Andre's.
So this weekend here at Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley, we got
Andre's words. They were implied in the statement.
the Friday night fun tournament. But if you're looking for something more serious than this weekend in Austin, TCH Social, event number 2 of the Trailblazer. $400 to enter, $500,000 guaranteed, 7 starting flights. And if for some reason you don't make day 2 on Sunday, well, you'll have a chance at $100K prize pool. Event number 8, the double barrel deep stack.
He's like, what? Yeah, that's what? Is it green? Is it green? Thank you so much. All right. I got
So exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. If you still haven't hit the like button, make sure you take care of that, as we do have 1 hour to go in tonight's stream. And New York Bob is going to be putting on a button straddle, $10 button straddle.
Action starts in the small blind.
And it's going to be Edson. That's a big 10-4 good buddy. Leo taking a break. So the last time dealer change happened, Pedro picked up kings. This time a dealer change happens, Pedro picking up aces. Looks like nobody has anything to call him with. And Pedro will win a small pot with the aces. He's going to show. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how good your hand is. You can get aces every hand. If nobody has a hand to call you with pre-flop, well, you're just going to raise and take, and that's what happened there.
So I could see Bob would raise it. But I was like, I don't think he'll raise it right now.
So next hand, it's going to be Papi Chulo. There's an H there, right? There's an H. Yeah, there's an H. Papi Chulo. I see the H. He's going to have the King Crab. And looks like everybody just calling the $3. Edson taking it up to 15. Power of the button. Everybody calling.
I just had a good time with that.
It was
About
fun.
20 minutes on it. You see what happened?
And Edson's going to hit a 7 here. Open-ended for the Cajun Asian. So this hand is not over yet. Oh, big bet here. Coming from Edson. $65 bet. So basically just over a pot-sized bet. And maybe we don't see more chips going to this pot. And Jandre not wanting to chase a straight draw on a paired board. So Pedro up almost 1,000. Newbie and the Cajun Asian also in the green.
Aces and barrel are going to stack on with you.
Only have 3 players in the red.
I'm chill right now with John.
But keep in mind, Doneto
I got a phone call. I'm
left.
I'm declaring war on everybody. Especially Leon over there.
And seat 8 Sparky leaving. So both those players losing at least the buy-in. And we have a $10 butted straddle here. Action's going to be on the small blind of Jason. He has the suited ace. Ace 9 of clubs. He's just going to call. Big blind makes the fold. Pedro with the Jack 6. Daniel Tosh called the Jack 6 the insurrection. And the 5-6 suited for River Rat. Ace 4 suited for Newbie. Ace 7 suited for New York Bob. And he's coming in for a raise. He actually does not have the best hand right now. Leo Z with an ace. Makes the call. Jason with the best ace makes the call. River Rat 5-6 of clubs. Too rich for his blood. And Newbie with the suited ace as well. So all the aces accounted for. 3 of the 4 players with suited aces. Newbie going to be closing the action. And we have $243 in the pot. So 3 players with the suited ace. 1 player with no suits. Oh, all diamonds. New York Bob hitting the diamond. Jason hitting top pair. Newbie hitting a straight draw, as does Leo.
I didn't bring it in by much.
For a little bit, you fought it for a little bit.
Checked around on the flop. Jason with top pair, $243. Going to check again. Doesn't like the board. Newbie needed a deuce for a straight, which will be no good. And New York Bob's going to have to bet here if they put money in. If it's checked to him, New York Bob is going to have to bet. You want to start building a pot. $243 in the pot. New York Bob with a tiny bet of 60. Betting about a third of the pot. Leo Sees that small bet as weakness. Going to be making the call. He needs a 4 for a straight draw. Jason here with top pair. Thought about folding. Feels like he's getting too good of a price. His $60 bet might bring everybody in. Wow, the $60 bet bringing everybody in. So New York Bob picking the perfect size on the turn. All of his opponents are drawn dead, and they're all calling his $60 bet. And the last diamond comes, so that's going to kill the action for New York Bob, as everybody's going to be scared of the 4 flush. New York Bob going to put in a tiny bet again. $100 bet, maybe. See if he can squeeze out 100.
Get in the seat, son. Get in there. Lock and load. Hell yeah, that's good fun. That's good times right there.
Now he's done with the small bets, going up to 250, and nobody's going to be able to call. He was hoping somebody had a king or a queen, but that's not the case. And he will show. Race first in. Leo leading the way. River Rat at the very bottom. So Leo Z at 26%. Jason and the Cajun Asian in at 23%. As New York Bob does finally win a decent pot. No straddle this hand. Action's going to be on River Rat. Let's see if he raises first in. He's at 4%. Nope, just calls. And everybody just calling. Leo gonna raise it up with the dirty diaper. There is a $15 raise. And everybody's calling the $15 raise.
We got 7 players so far.
So 7 ways. Should be 105 in the pot. So you can see they just punched in that everybody called. And Papi Chulo's just open ripping it here with 5 high. Doesn't think anybody has an ace. He is correct. Leo Z might call him. Just because it's about a double pot size bet because there was, yeah. I thought it was a pot size bet. It was 15, so there was 105. I thought it was a pot size bet, and I thought Leo might call if that was the case, but that was not the case, as it was over pot size bet. So they will get the hand reset. Let's see if the Cajun Asian puts on a straddle. No straddle this hand.
Yankees. That's what they want. They want the classic. That's mega money. Give mega money.
No straddle this hand, just like last hand. It's just going to be 3 to go. 3 to see. Action on Cajun Asian. And he's going to bump it up under the gun to 15. Maybe like a pocket pair? No, King 5. All right.
You got the East Coast versus the West Coast. Same thing with Japan following. Tupac versus Biggie.
New York Bob calling with the ace. Leo calling with the king 8. See what Pedro has in the small blind. Nothing good. River Rat with diamonds, but the Cajun Asian has better diamonds. We're going 4 ways to a $61 pot. And it's going to come jack high, 2 clubs. New York Bob does have the ace of clubs. River Rat flopping middle pair. Cajun Asian going to take a stab at this. About a third of the pot here. Leo Z flopping the 8, as does River Rat, so they both call the continuation bet. And Cajun Asian showing he's drawn dead. He's not. He can go runner 5. Okay, now he's drawn dead.
Has he rounded the bases?
And he is just on a 100% bluff here.
Didn't matter. Didn't matter, baby.
Yeah, the thing that made that whole thing was
Leo going to be making the call. River Rat with second pair here.
Play by play.
him coming up there to get the shit with Keith.
He made it
Like really.
one of those unforgettable moments.
So Cajun Asian with a 100% bluff here. And the only way he can win this pot, and he knows it, is to empty the clip. He's going to have to bet about 300 on the river if he wants for it to work. Nah, he's going to give up. He's going to give up.
He's like, oh no, that's not good.
So I didn't think he would fire the second shot on the turn once he got called by 2 players. But he fired the second shot on the turn, got called, and then he decided he was done with the hand. It's actually a good thing a king didn't come, because he might have blasted off with the king. So something you can tell by watching, and especially tell when you're sitting at the table, just the whole table dynamics. Sometimes the table's playing fast, sometimes the table's playing slow. And we saw this earlier where it just kind of slowed down, and it seems like the last couple of hands it has slowed down a little bit. And right as I say that, newbie picks up the ace queen under the gun. New York Bob with 2 face cards makes the call. And Edson with the 10s, raising it to 50. Papi Chulo was ready to call the 15, but now it is 50. And he doesn't feel as good about his hand anymore. He's going to make the fold. Suited ace-5 for the Cajun Asian. He will make the call. And looks like newbie will do the same, which is pretty much going to price in New York Bob. So New York Bob with the worst hand right now. But you can see pretty much everybody in at 30%. Oh, ace coming right on the flop. Cajun Asian checking. $201 in the middle. Newbie going to be putting out about $100 bet. So Edson Has the tens. Doesn't want to fold to one bet. But I think he's pretty much done with the hand after this. Unless if he hits a 10. Cajun Asian has an ace, as does Newbie. Newbie with the better kicker. Oh, Cajun Asian makes the fold. So good fold there. 5 of diamonds on the turn. It is a diamond, so now Edson has more outs. Picked up a ton of outs. And how much does he have in his sack? He might have to go with this hand, as he has less than a pot-sized bet left. And Newbie's pretty much putting him all in here. So he knows that Newbie has an ace. Are his diamonds good? $606 in the middle. I think he has too much chips behind to call here. If he had less chips, I could just say, I could see like a YOLO and just go with it. If you have the ace, you have the ace. But he has over 200 behind. Which it's hard to bluff a short stack, because a lot of times they're just going to go with their hand, and Newbie will show him the ace. So Newbie losing early on but making the comeback. The stream is for 4 hours, but a lot of times these players will continue to play when the stream is over. But we do stream every Wednesday night here on Texas Card House. That is the name of the YouTube channel, Texas Card House. This stream is also on Twitch, Facebook. We do have access to the YouTube comments. So action on New York Bob. Has an ace. Pretty sure this is a fold, GTO. But he will call the $3. And Leo will raise it up with the 9-4 of spades. Papi Chulo with the computer hand. Pedro with the Chalktown nuts. River Rat with the AC Deucey. New York Bob has the ace. Will probably be calling this small raise. All right, so we're going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come king high. King Jack 10. Open-ended for Papi Chulo. And he's going to bet. The ace of hearts for the River Rat. He'll put it in the muck. Action on Bob needs a queen for a straight. So action is on New York Bob. He actually has the best hand right now. Going to be hard for him to continue, though. And he does make the fold. Yeah, it looks like Newbie's going to be coloring up. He's not cashing out, he's coloring up. So he will give him a rack of red and get a stack of green back. No straddle this hand. So action's going to be on Edson. Queen 5. Nope. Leo Z, been pretty active. And he's going to raise it up with the Jack 3 of diamonds to 13. Pedro with the suited 9-7 makes the call. Newbie with the 5-6 makes the fold. New York Bob 8-5 of diamonds. So 2 players looking for diamonds, 1 player looking for clubs. Leo Z, your pre-flop aggressor, has the best hand right now with Jack high. And he's going to hit a Jack. And he will immediately bet pot. $40 in the pot, $40 bet. Gut shot straight draw for Pedro, but that's it. I don't think he's going to call a pot-sized bet here. And it looks like he is going to fold, so action will be on New York Bob. And he'll make a quick fold. Looks like we have a button straddle. 6 for sure. Under the gun has priority, and Leo Z will take that priority. So $10 under the gun. So action will start to the left of the straddle. It's going to be from Beyond Jason. Joining us tonight from El Paso. UTEP, University of Texas at El Paso. I believe they are the Miners. So suited, ace for Jason. Bobby Chulo with the same suits. Cajun Asian with some spades. And Leo with the ace. He will complete actions on Jason, who called the straddle. And it's going to come queen high. Nobody with a pair. Jason with a gut shot, needing a 9. Leo Z has ace 9. The Cajun Asian going to put out a bluff here. And he's going to have to put out another bluff if he wants to win the pot. Cannot hit an 8, can only hit a 6. $94 in the pot. I think I like another small bet here, like less than half pot, maybe 40. 45. So Cajun Asian with the bluff gets it through. $10 button straddle from New York Bob. We can see the number of times these players have gone to showdown. UB leading the way there as is Pedro.
Never swing your bat when it's a full count. Ever. No? Just take it. 75% of the time, it's going to get ball. 3 out of 4 times. I'm saying you're not going to occasionally get struck out. But 3 out of 4 times, it's going to get ball. Full count.
Quick 9 of clubs for Edson. Makes the call of the $10 straddle. And it looks like it's going to fold around to the straddler, New York Bob.
What did I tell you? You never swing. Full count, you don't swing, bro.
Oh, Newbie raising it up to 15. I like the idea. I just think the sizing is too small, as it's only going to be $15 more for New York Bob to call here in position, and only $15 more for Edson to make the call as well. So it's going to be $78 in the pot. Newbie with the best hand right now, the ace queen, and he's going to hit an ace straight away. He does have a diamond in his hand, but looks like he's not going to mess around and just put out a pot-sized bet, hoping somebody has an ace, but nobody does. New York Bob going to take his time to fold. Edson makes the fold. And we have half an hour to go in tonight's stream. All right, let's see the winners of the night thus far. Pedro, Newbie, and Leo Z. Those are the 3 big winners. On the opposite side, we have Papi Chulo, New York Bob, and Jason. Jason down 808.
What are you going to do? What can you do, right? I mean, shit, if you got it, you got it. Nothing I can do about it.
Papi Chulo making the call with the King 8 offsuit. River Rat taking it up to 15. Cajun Asian calling with the 6s. Newbie has 5-6 suited. Leo with the Queen 5 also makes the call. And Jason with the 7-5 of diamonds. This is going to price in Papi Chulo and his King 8. So $90 in the pot. 6 ways we go. And it's going to come deuce, deuce, 3. River Rat with the continuation bet. And Cajun Asian raises him right away. Thinks that he just has big cards, and he's right. Not sure what Papi Chulo's thinking about here. He just has King High. Maybe he wants to get a little more screen time. So River Rat not done with his ace queen. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Does have the ace of diamonds in his hand, but he's going to check it over. Cajun Asian reaching for chips and putting out 100. I don't think River Rat can call. He's acting like he's going to raise. I think this is just an act. To be or not to be? That is the question. I think he's just getting a little more screen time here, folks.
Got him with the snaker.
And he does make the fold.
I know. That's the thing.
So I know with the algorithm, we do get a lot of random viewers. If it is your first time watching on this channel, this is the secondary channel for all Texas Card House locations. All the locations do stream on this channel, as every club has a stream at least twice a week, sometimes even more if a tournament series is going on. And there is a big tournament series going on this weekend and next weekend at TCH Social in Austin. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be in Austin this weekend, and we'll fire at least one bullet in the Trailblazer series, hopefully more. But there is a lot of stuff going on in Austin this weekend, as the F1 race, Formula One race, taking place at Circuits of the America. University of Texas, the #1 ranked team, play in Georgia. And then Eminem is in concert Saturday night. And then, of course, you have the Trailblazer Series going on in Austin. So I'm going to try to go to everything.
We got 3 players so far.
I will admit it does work out nice for me that I do have to work in Austin tomorrow.
If I had a spade in my hand, I'd kill it.
This guy's on fire, bro. Boom. The picture for the fucking Dodgers.
Yeah, it looks like somebody's also going to the F1 event.
They're just staring at the ball like this.
No, he hasn't guessed it. That's what it is. Yep. That's the scary part.
Just staring at it.
And as I said, we're one of 6 Texas Card House locations, one of 4 Texas Card House locations that stream. There's 2 in North Texas, 1 in Dallas, and 1 right next door in the city of Irvin. The area of Irvin is called Las Colimas. So they have a Texas Card House location there. That one does not stream though. Just the one in Dallas streams. And kind of the same deal in East Texas as the one in Houston streams, but not the other one in the area, which is TCH Spring in North Houston. They do not stream, but they do have great action at that location.
He has a real good series on YouTube. And
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
it's awesome.
Jack high flop. Both Leo Z and Papi Chulo hitting an 8. Papi Chulo has the better kicker, and he has the straight draw to go with it. And he's going to take a break from eating his nachos to put a bet out.
35 and some
He's the best in Mexico right now. He's getting millions over there.
So I've never been a big fan of eating at the table. I know most people feel different, but I really feel if you're going to eat at the table, you should be using a fork, a spoon, not your hands. I mean, that's just, yeah, that's Josie Grossi there.
Okay.
I don't think they're making this kind of.
Okay, they're not. But he's with the best.
Mexican
With the
game,
Sultanes over there. He's with the Diablos of the Sultanes, bro. Those guys are paying $1 million, bro.
Yeah, they're paying $3 million. He gets $3 million.
Yeah, it looks like somebody at the table on the chat agrees with me. Phony Turgeson.
And he doesn't pitch. And he doesn't pitch as many times as he can pitch over here. You know. Someone's gonna
I think he's a little more extreme. Can't stand. I'm not that extreme, but yes, just step away. Like I said, I'm not 100% opposed to eating at the table, but I feel if you're going to eat at the table, you should be eating something that requires a fork, a spoon.
My buddy played with Acevedo, and I told him he got traded for a bag of Takis.
You know, what's his name? Adrian? You know Adrian? There's a guy named Adrian also. Garza, Adrian Garza.
My buddy's name Victor got on Suarez, and then
Oh, Leo Z with the 9-8. Trying to get involved in a hand here with Newbie. 3-bet him from the hijack. And he is going to continue on here. Not sure if Newbie can fold to just the $50 bet, as there's over 130 in the pot, but Newbie will make the fold. So it looks like Newbie has his reds stacked in 75s, but the greens are stacked properly. So the reds, he has 15. 15 times 5 equals 75, and the greens, it looks like he has 20.
He was trying to bluff. I'm only an hour. And it should be.
So Phony Turgeson can't stand people who eat at the table, and Fletcher can't stand people who go on lockdown. All right, so Bob not at the table, it will get fold, and Edson going all in with the 5s. He knows the stream is ending in less than 20 minutes, so he wants to play a big pot, and we're going to see a big pot as Bob Pichulo makes the call with the ace-queen. And he's still eating those nachos.
He said fold, guys. I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, Newbie here with the 10s. Has a pretty easy call if it was just Edson, but now with Papi Chulo in there, that complicates matters, as he knows that at least one of these players has 2 overcards. The only question is, do those overcards match? And he's going to fold. The Newbie folding the 10s, and Edson's very happy about that, because now his hand is ahead. Oh, he would have. Oh, wow. Art? No. Oh, Papi Chulo coming from behind has the ace of hearts. The flop came out, and he was basically drawn dead on the flop, as he needed to go runner, runner, and he goes runner, runner to come from behind.
Set over, no flush. Oh, shit. Wow.
So Newbie, in the end, making the right fold if you're being results oriented.
I'm about to go smoke right now, bro.
If they would have seen what you did to me when you were off camera.
So Edson wanted to play a big pot before the end of the stream. Got his wish, it just did not work out for him. Flopped the set and lost. And now we have a double straddle. Leo put in a double straddle on here. New York Bob put in 10 under the gun. And Leo making it 20.
Oh man, it'd be really, really badass.
Wings versus Jacks.
No,
Straddle, restraddle.
If someone would like,
I'm just hypothetically.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
My son. Oh, baby.
Yeah, I do agree. The 10s was a little on the tight side, but sometimes
Degenerate.
you make the wrong move at the right time. And I think that's what happened in UB there, making the wrong move at the right time. All right, we have the double straddle on. I'm sorry, we have the triple straddle. The re-straddle. The re-straddle. 10 under the gun, New York Bob. The double straddle being put on by Leo Z. And the triple. Oh, Leo Z has a big hand here. He's definitely going to punish the limpers. He said all in. Oh, Jason has an ace. It looks like Leo's making a move here. The good thing for Jason is he does have a player behind him that he has to take into account. I think if this was heads up, oh, no, he's going with it. Can you imagine if New York Bob calls here and Leo has them both dominated? So New York Bob does make the fold. And like I said, Jason is in bad shape here. Jason wants the board to pair. Jason is hoping that the board pairs because that's going to give him more outs. Obviously, he would prefer a 6. Looks like they're going to be running it twice. Can only get lucky once. 6 on the flop for Leo.
I already told you, Jack on the top, 6 on the bottom.
We don't need eat your nachos over there.
Comes the 6.
6 on the bottom.
No.
So Jason needing a 6 to chop the pot. That's a backward 6.
Big draw. 5. 6.
Boom.
Wow.
And it looks like Leo's going to scoop the pot. And it looks like Jason has had enough. Thought Leo was making a move. Called it off with the ace. Turned out not to be good. So I think these players that know that the stream is getting ready to come to an end because they are trying to make back any money that they have lost.
I think that's wrong.
That's good. You doubled.
And Leo put on the double straddle last time. He will put in the regular straddle this time. We have 5 hands to go for tonight's stream. 5 hands to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
If you've been big, I mean, serve my chips.
You be making the call with the 8-6, and New York Bob this time with the big ace. Last time, oh, New York Bob just calling, trying to trap. Wanted Leo to raise, but that did not happen. And it's going to go check around. King on the turn. The ace queen still good for New York Bob, but nobody has a pair. And he's going to put out a small bet, which will get the trick done. So last hand tonight will be hand 70-7-0. Well, that was actually a queen on the turn, not a king.
So who's going back? Him or Judge? This season.
Regular season judge.
They're just waiting for the hand to reset.
doesn't appear.
There's the reset.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So 4 more hands to go.
That Sunday they ran him into the ground.
If you have stayed with us this long, might as well stay till the end. And maybe, just maybe, Papi Chulo will finish those nachos before the stream ends.
0. Boom. Didn't need him.
And I think he's solid, though. I think he should.
All right, so you can comment on the YouTube channel if you think Papi Chulo will finish the nachos before the stream ends tonight. It's going to be close, I think. It's a good line. That's a good line. We do have 4 hands to go. Cajun Asian raising the cutoff with the 7-3 of clubs. Leo putting on the 3-bet out of the big blind. Papi Chulo also with an ace, actually a better ace. But he's going to have to call 75.
Huh?
Alexis.
Great folding. I saw black cards. Heads up.
Not sure anybody's going to be able to call this a big raise.
Hi, clubs.
He's getting close. About as good.
Suited, I call you all day.
With 8, 9. Jack 7.
What's suited? The next gets not suited.
2.
Looks like New York Bob putting on the straddle on the button. There's the V-pip. You can see we have lost 2 players. Those seats are not going to be filled. We're going to finish off the action 7-handed. 3 players in at over 50% on V-pip. 10 deuce, Sadeo runs it for Leo, puts it in the mug. Papi Chulo, still working on the nachos. Getting some assistance from the dealer.
No, I'm not touching the cards. This hand is free over here. I make sure this one won't touch nothing.
Straight nicking the chips. That's Alan. If we caught you on camera, you might get a contract.
That's no flop.
I'm gonna get a
10 high flop. King high still out in front.
I'm auditioning, baby. Leave me alone.
check.
Looks like it's going to go check all the way to the river. King high, your winner. All right, so down to the final 2 hands, and I don't know why, but for whatever reason, a lot of times weird things happen on the last hand. It's like the poker god's giving us a gift before the stream ends. Saw it happen full house versus full house last time.
Small blind, big blind. We have a $10 bonus straddle. Action starts
$10 button straddle.
10 to play.
Did he ever stop eating those nachos? No, he's still eating the nachos? Okay. Is something weird going to happen the last hand? Yes? Yeah, so it has been confirmed. We're going to have some blood the last hand. Some blood? A little blood? A lot of blood? A lot of blood. All right. Ace King for newbie, raising it up. Leo Z with the 5 deuce. So as I said, we're on a 15-minute delay. One of the players that was playing on the stream, the Cajun Asian, has come into the booth to let me know there will be blood either this hand or the next hand. Are you bringing a seat in to watch this? Is this the hand or is it the next hand? It's the last hand. Okay. All right, $200 in the pot. 1-3. The 5 ways to the flop. Ace King out in front right now. Pedro going to be hitting the queen. Leo going to be flopping a flush draw, and New York Bob going to be flopping a straight draw. So Pedro leads right out. I think UB has to fold this Ace King multi ways. If it was heads up, you'll be able to maybe call, but you can see all the players he has left behind him. So Leo with the flush draw, going to be making the call. And Papi Chulo, still working on the nachos, will fold the king. So Leo looking for a diamond. Pedro looking for anything else. Pedro checking dark. Oh, Leo picking up a straight draw, and he checks behind. And there comes the river. Pedro going into check call mode here. Pretty much going to call whatever Leo bets. Leo with 5 high. And he doesn't think Pedro will fold a queen, and I think he was right. All right, final hand coming up here. Are you involved in the final hand? A little bit? Or all of it? Okay. All right, so I'm excited to see this. Final hand coming up. There will be blood according to the Cajun Asian. It might be his blood. And it's weird because this always happens at the end of the stream. We're on a 15-minute delay, so I'm in a little booth by myself, and the production crew will come in and let me know what our last hand is, and tonight it was hand 70. So I basically have 15 minutes of knowing what happens if somebody tells me. All right, 4-5 of diamonds, Cajun Asian. I do like the race. Under the gun. New York Bob with the queen should be putting on in the 3-bet here. Probably to 55. Small. He goes small, yeah. He goes 35? Wow, okay. Real small 3-bet coming from Bob. And that's going to bring in Pedro.
I was going to make it 150.
So Cajun Asian's thinking about putting in the 4-bet here. He felt that the 3-bet was kind of small. Oh, Leo called with the Jack-9 as well. Okay. So we're going 4 ways to a flop here. New York Bob with the overpair. Leo with the 2 undercards. And both Pedro and the Cajun Asian with suited connectors. Oh, top set for New York Bob. Open-ended for Leo Z. Backdoor flush draw for both the Cajun Asian and Pedro. Pedro with bottom pair. So New York Bob with a small 3-bet, and now with the small bet hitting top set. It looks like Leo's going to raise here. So Leo obviously does not know that New York Bob is this strong. New York Bob with the nuts right now. Cajun Asian gets out of the way. And these two players have a little history, so it's kind of crazy that they're going to be involved in this final hand. New York Bob just calling with the nuts. You can see Leo's outs on the top. And there's the straight for Leo. I do understand why there would be blood, because Bob cannot fold a set here. At least not here on the turn. Oh, and Leo does put out a pretty big bet here. 260. New York Bob says all in. And they just run it once or twice. Okay, they are going to run it twice. All right, so they are going to run it twice. Bob needs the board to pair. Leo with the straight right now. You can see Bob's outs on top. He does have 7 outs. Running it twice. I think he's going to get there one time. Blood? Okay, well then he gets there both times? Nope. Nope. Huge. Almost a $2,000 pot. Check out the bottom. 1919. Almost a $2,000 pot going to Leo. And Bob is in disbelief. Not a lot of things going his way tonight. And that'll do it for tonight's stream. We would like to thank everybody who joined us tonight. Don't forget about the Trailblazer Series this weekend at Texas